Thank you. Again, I appreciate the report. We are going to be taking public input on this item, extensive input. I do want to read in so the public is aware of what the revised motion is. And I'll read this in its entirety for those people that were not here last week. There is one change, again, in terms of distribution of funds to the central region of the county. This is a revised motion by myself, Directors Barger, Solis, Garcetti, and Najarian. The expenditure plan for Measure R approved by voters in 2008 included $780 million assigned to the San Gabriel Valley subregion for the State Route 710 North project under the Highway Capital Sub-Fund. The estimated $3+ billion in 2014 dollars that will be required to pay for design and construction of a single-bore freeway tunnel is not available, and the BRT and LRT alternatives may not produce the expected traffic impact mitigation. To implement mobility improvements that are fundable with existing resources and bring some relief to affected corridor cities, we move that the Metro Board support adoption of the Transportation System Management, Transportation Demand Management Alternative as the locally preferred alternative, and defer a decision on a major bill preferred alternative to a later date when the board and the community collectively agree on the value of that investment and funds are identified to implement the project. This decision and the board's vote will allow for timely implementation of cost-effective transportation improvements that would include the projects that have support by affected jurisdictions on the TSM-TDM list in the EIS-EIR, as well as additional improvement projects that can promote capacity enhancements and operational improvements consistent with the purpose and need statement of this project in communities along the corridor. The new Measure R and Government Code 54-237.7 projects described in this motion that are not included in the environmental document will undergo their own environmental process and clearance as necessary. 1. Allocate $105 million in Measure R funds available for the Interstate 710 North Gap Closure in Prenz Tunnel project for development and implementation of TSM-TDM projects listed in the EIS-EIR. 2. Allocate remaining Measure R funds available for the Interstate 710 North Gap project for new mobility improvement projects within the San Gabriel Valley subregion, if consistent with the purpose and need of the gap closure project, to relieve congestion on local streets along the 710 alignment between I-10 and I-210 with highest priority for projects proximate to the I-10. Newly proposed projects not included in the environmental document will undergo their own environmental process and clearance as necessary. Other funding dedicated to this project, including regional surface transportation congestion mitigation air quality and regional improvement program funds, shall be allocated for use in the central subregion, including unincorporated East Los Angeles. Funds shall be prioritized for multimodal and safety enhancement projects within the 710 North study area. To ensure equitable cash flow, these funds shall be scheduled proportionally to Measure R funding in the next long-range transportation plan update. Consult with affected jurisdictions and Caltrans and report back to the Metro Board within 90 days on a procedure to initiate the identification of projects to be funded. There's a State Route 710 rehabilitation account as prescribed in Government Code 54-237.7. Such projects are to be located in Pasadena, South Pasadena, Alhambra, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and the 90032 postal zip code, and may include but are not limited to sound walls, transit and rail capital improvements, bikeways, pedestrian improvements, signal synchronization, left turn signals, and major street resurfacing, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. Metro shall be responsible for submitting the list of projects to the California Transportation Commission, who will have the final authority to approve these projects. I'm going to insert a comment here. This code relates to sales of properties along the route that were held for the surface option. Next item, item 4, we're getting to the end here. Encourage the corridor cities, Caltrans, and Metro to collectively pursue policies and actions that would promote smart and functional land use, reduce automobile dependency, encourage multimodal trips, improve traffic operations, and maximize the use of the latest available technologies to enhance the performance of the existing transportation system, to minimize impacts of the regional traffic on the communities along the 710 corridor. 5, encourage Caltrans working with Metro and affected jurisdictions to identify collective measures to contain the regional traffic on the freeway system and minimize impacts on the local street network in the 710 corridor. 6, direct the Metro staff to work with Caltrans, the corridor cities, and other affected jurisdictions to identify and pursue the new Measure R in the Government Code 54237 projects referenced in this motion. And 7, report back to the board when Caltrans selects the preferred alternative. So moved. That is the motion. So we will, that is under consideration under 29.1. We will take public comment now on both 29 and 29.1. We will start with Councilmember Marina Kubasarian from the City of South Pasadena. Please come forward, followed by City Manager of South Pasadena, Elaine Aguilar. Good morning.
Good morning. Greetings to everyone. I'm Dr. Marina Kubasarian, a family doctor, South Pasadena council member, and vice chair of the Connected Cities and Communities, the C3.
You were right.
First, I want to applaud you for recognizing that there is no path forward, fiscally or politically, for a multi-billion-dollar freeway in the era of increasing density in LA County. Many will argue that freeways are obsolete and get in the way of efficient distribution of traffic and better land use. I've had the distinct honor of standing alongside many of you and our labor leaders to help pass Measure M and also Measure A and Measure H. We are facing some extraordinary challenges and require substantial levels of cooperation, coordination, and communication in the 21st century. I want to close by extending an invitation to leaders in our neighboring cities to join us and work together to embrace 21st century mobility and sustainability solutions. Working together, we can get a lot more done, and it's a lot more fun. Please support the measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Aguilar, followed by Barbara Messina, Councilmember of Alhambra, followed by Terry Tornick, Pasadena Mayor.
Good morning. I'm the
Morning.
current interim city manager for South Pasadena, former city manager of Sierra Madre for almost 10 years, and a combined about 34 years of local government experience. As you're all aware, all levels of government has spent many, many resources on this issue over many, many years. Those resources, of course, include the financial resources and also just staff, very staff-intensive resources. It's time to reallocate all of these resources to a sustainable, strategic, multimodal program that will enhance mobility for the region and implement a new 21st century approach to transportation. We appreciate your leadership as we all move forward, working together to implement these new, more sustainable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Messina, followed by Mayor Tornick, followed by Mayor Mike Davitt of Locking Flint Ridge, followed by John Kaposha, Councilmember in Sierra Madre, followed by David McGinn, Mayor of City of Alhambra. David Mejia, I'm sorry. Please continue.
Good morning, Chair, members of
Morning.
Metro. I want to thank Metro staff for recognizing that the tunnel is the preferred alternative that solves the problems. However, I appreciate the concern of the Chair for relief. The TSM TDMs will not give Alhambra any relief. They will unfortunately make matters worse. In your packets, you will have the letters from two school principals, Fremont School and Northrop School on Atlantic. Those students have been suffering too many years with upper respiratory problems, which only gets worse. We have to have relief, not only in Alhambra, but the San Gabriel Valley cities, and I hope that your concern will be for the students. We need some relief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Today, you can help to end one of the longest and most divisive transportation controversies in the history of California. The EIR was framed in a way that could only yield a conclusion that supported the tunnel alternative. And while we feel it is flawed and we challenge many of its conclusions, we can't review that here today. What we can say is that the tunnel is an early 20th century solution which must not be applied to 21st century problems, and that it is inconsistent with Metro's forward-looking programs and with state law. This dangerous and unfundable project can never happen, and it has blighted the corridor for decades and prevented the implementation of real solutions that can be funded and implemented almost immediately. I'm grateful that Chairman Fasana and Supervisor Barger and others have stepped forward to reallocate the available funds within the corridor and the San Gabriel Valley to move traffic and people and create jobs now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tornick. Mayor Davitt, followed by Councilmember Kaposha, followed by Mayor Mejia, followed by Councilmember Real Sebastian.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair and members of the Board of Directors, my name is Michael Davitt, and I'm the Mayor of the City of La Cañada Flintridge. I'm here today on behalf of our City Council and entire city to voice our support for Mr. Fasana's motion regarding SR 710. The motion provides a comprehensive and responsible approach to ease traffic congestion in the entire region. The tunnel is not practical, it's unfundable, and most importantly, does not address regional transportation needs. It would also have severe and unmitigated air quality and traffic impacts to our other cities in the region. We do believe that the motion provides an effective path for the affected cities in the region to work together in connection with Metro's goals to allow for improvements which will benefit everyone. Thank you to the members of the board for your efforts in regional transportation planning and for your consideration of this item. We urge you to adopt the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Fasana and members of the board. I'm John Kapocha from the City of Sierra Madre. The City of Sierra Madre unanimously opposes the tunnel. I ask that you approve the motion, which is sensible and practical alternative to the unrealistic tunnel proposal. The motion wisely suggests using Measure R funds to develop mobility improvement projects for the corridor communities. It is fitting that those communities should reap the benefits from local TSM, TDM solutions. Failure to support the motion will only perpetuate the current stalemate indefinitely. The tunnel is not feasible. Please recognize it as such and embrace the opportunity for constructive, positive progress toward improving mobility for the region. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mayor Mejia, followed by Councilmember Real Sebastian, followed by Councilmember Leah Rosemead, followed by Henry Lowe with Assemblymember Chow. Please proceed.
Good morning, MTA Board of Directors. My name is David Mejia. I'm the Mayor of Alhambra. We urge the Metro Board to endorse the 710 tunnel. Both the environmental analysis and your own staff recognize that the tunnel is the best option. Supporting the tunnel should be a no-brainer for the board, but our goal is to relieve congestions in our neighborhoods. We know that some board members are considering endorsing the TSM and TDM alternative. The TSM and TDM actually increases cut-through traffic in our neighborhoods, especially where I live, where it's the epicenter of Valley and Valley Boulevard. And so at this point, we ask the Metro Board, keep Measure R funds in the San Gabriel Valley, because our communities in the San Gabriel Valley have suffered enough. Thank you. And I still got 17 seconds.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning, Metro Board members. Mayor Teresa Real Sebastian for the City of Monterey Park. And I'm here to ask you to please defer this decision on the other alternatives. Against your decision to defer on the other alternatives because they don't have funding identified at this time, because this board and your I'll tell you, ancestors have approved projects when the funding hasn't been available. And some projects are the Gold Line, Subway to the Sea, Purple Line, Sepulveda, Pass Tunnel, and Expo Line. So I'm urging you to please, please, please receive and file. Secondly, I'm cautioning this board against circumventing the wishes of the voters. The voters passed Measure R because they were promised that a portion of their sales tax would be used for this 710 freeway. And now for some to suggest that you're going to raid that pot, I caution you, voters are watching to see what you're going to do, and you're going to need them to pass other measures in the future. So I urge this board to please receive and file and not raid the Measure R pot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I want to thank you for your time today. The problem with the Fasana motion is that the city of Rosemead, for our city, for example, the north-south streets of Rose Boulevard, Warner Grove, San Gabriel, Del Mar, New, would not be able to express any benefit from that motion and receive any funding. That, along with the fact that it doesn't solve what is truly a social and environmental injustice because the freeway was never completed, and our children have to suffer from the negative air qualities of that region. At the end of the day, we ask that you receive and file the staff report, which states that the tunnel was the best option, and keep the money for that purpose, to complete this tunnel and complete this gap and close this gap once and for all. On a personal privilege, on personal preference, I want to state that I had a chance to sit on a board with David Spence, and he was a great man, and he'll be sorely, sorely missed. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Definitely agreed. Henry Lowe with Assemblymember Ed Chow, followed by Kevin Okibila with Councilmember Huizar, followed by Christy Lopez with Senator Portantino, followed by Gajo Manjikian with Assemblymember Holden. Please proceed. Welcome.
Good morning. Henry Lowe with Assemblymember Ed Chow's office. We're here to stand with our cities of the 710 Coalition to express our strong support for the tunnel alternative for the 710 North project. Our constituents have endured decades of poor air quality and hours of traffic congestion, which have contributed to the health and environmental issues that adversely impact the quality of life for our families. Your own Metro staff acknowledges that the single-bore tunnel is expected to carry 90,000 vehicles per day and remove 42,000 vehicles per day from local streets within the study area and save motorists 13 minutes, as well as relieve congestion and air quality issues. In moving forward, we must remind all of you that the voters in our district, which comprise the 710 Coalition, supported Measure R and was instrumental to its success and its passage. On behalf of our constituents, we urge Metro to exercise the political will and leadership and do what is right to move this region's commuting needs forward, as well as relieve the congestion that's so sorely needed in our community.
Next speaker. Kevin Okabia with Councilmember Huizar. Please come forward, and it's okay to line up. Christy Lopez follows you.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Akabillo, speaking to you today on behalf of Councilmember Jose Huizar. First, thank you, Chair Fasana, for your courageous motion to recommend the TSM TDM and not the tunnel freeway. You did the fiscally responsible thing, and the motion is consistent with current Metro and city policies, so thank you for your leadership. Today I was going to speak seeking an amendment to the motion, and we are happy to see the motion that has been introduced thus far. As we move forward, it will be critical to prioritize projects in the communities near the 710 corridor. El Sereno has long been the gateway to downtown Los Angeles for commuters from the San Gabriel Valley. Valley Boulevard and Huntington Drive accommodate tens of thousands of car trips daily and would be ineligible under the previous motion, so we were happy to see that today. We would just like to make sure that the money is prioritized for communities in the city of Los Angeles that are impacted by the 710.
Thank you. Christy Lopez, followed by Gajo Manjikian.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Metro Chair and Directors. On behalf of State Senator Anthony Portantino, I'd like to read the following statement. I commend the MTA Board for bringing forward motions that make it clear that the 710 tunnel is not viable and not the preferred alternative for the region. I respectfully request that the Board unite behind a clear statement that removes the tunnel from consideration and then moves aggressively to fairly address the local traffic and congestion issues that have long affected communities in the corridor and throughout the San Gabriel Valley. I'd like to commend the Board and Caltrans
which will ultimately make the final decision on the certification of the EIR for bringing us to this critical decision point. In addition, many advocates who have attended these meetings for decades, whose energy has invigorated the debate and encouraged the rightful outcome, deserve our appreciation and our passion for dedication and positive influence. Respectfully, Anthony J. Portantino, Senator, 25th District.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Garo Manjikian on behalf of Assemblymember Chris Holden.
Welcome.
Thank you. Assemblymember Holden wants to express his sincere gratitude and appreciation for today's motion and for all the work of the board members who put it together. The tunnel is out of line with our state's environmental goals and out of touch with our transportation future. Assemblymember Holden supports removal of the tunnel from consideration as a solution for the SR 710 North Study area, also to not certifying or finalizing the environmental impact report, allocating Measure R funds to projects in the area, and lastly would like to see the communities come together for a regional solution that benefits everyone to relieve traffic congestion and reduce air pollution as well as greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next speakers are Hassan Ikrata with SCAG, Ray John, Rosemead Chamber, Edna Robidas with the Trust for Public Land, followed by Maria Brennis with Inner City Struggle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members, Mayor, good morning.
Good morning.
It's been 30 years for me working on this. I started actually here at Metro when we were working at the 710. It is time to move forward. It's time to invest in the communities and relieve the traffic. It is time to put people to work. We don't want to spend another 30 years discussing the $700 million or the other funds. I think it's time to move forward. I support the motion today. I hope you move forward and immediately start investing and relieving the impact in the communities. I do want to thank Mr. Washington and his staff for the great work. It's not an easy work, but I believe that what you're moving forward with is going to relieve the impacts in the communities impacted. It's going to improve air quality, and it's going to move us forward and going to create the jobs. So thank you very much, and I hope you move forward today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. No applause, please. Speakers can line up so we can have time to hear from everyone who wishes to address this.
Good morning, the board. My name is Ray Jen, Executive Director of Rosemead Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the 710 Coalition, we urge the Metro Board to endorse the 710 tunnel. The tunnel has a strong community support for it. The freeway tunnel is the best option for our community. It will create good jobs, and it will bring the traffic back to the freeway where it belongs, and also help local small business. The stop in traffic will encourage people to come back and shop small and shop locally. So that's why the Chamber is in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Metro Board members. My name is Maria Brenes. I'm the Executive Director of Inner City Struggle. We are a community-based organization in the east side of Los Angeles, engaging 1,200 young people and leaders in their communities to promote justice for all. And we are here to support the revised language. There is no support in our area for a environmentally hazardous tunnel. We support the investment in high-need communities such as El Sereno and unincorporated East Los Angeles. So we urge you to invest in the entire SR 710 EIR study area that will include high-need neighborhoods like ours that are thriving and where young people and families deserve a chance for healthy neighborhoods. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Pamela Marquez, followed by Val Marquez, both with Concerned Citizens, Lee Dolly, Christopher Sutton, and Bruce Lewin. And again, you can line up Pamela Marquez. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Pamela Marquez from Concerned Neighbors of El Sereno. In 2005, we formed our organization to protect the El Sereno community from adverse effects of the 710 and related projects. We've been fighting this battle ever since then. And we also try to promote a quality of life for our community. The El Sereno community is right at the tip of the end of the 710 freeway, and we have always been thrown under the bus, neglected, forgotten, and we've had to form this committee so that we can speak for our community. And at this time, I would like to really support this amendment and ask that El Sereno not be forgotten or neglected. We have a very beautiful community who deserves your support, and I really ask for your support on this amendment. I want to thank Catherine Barker and Fasana for presenting this, and thank you.
Thank you. Val Marquez, followed by Lee Dolly, followed by Christopher Sutton.
My name is Valentin Marquez, and I am a resident of El Sereno for 40 years. And El Sereno has been hostage for the last 50 years. The state came in and took our homes. They tried to bring in a above-ground freeway. They tried to bring in a tunnel. They tried to put in a portal in a residential. And it's over now, hopefully. But at the same time, our community has not been enhanced for over 50 years. We need your support to have this taken care of, and I plead with you to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Next speaker. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Lee Dolly speaking. I want to take a moment to compliment the staff, particularly Ms. Smith and Garrett Damrith and Lillian and all. They did a fine job. They played it straight down the middle. The environmental document you had supports a tunnel and proves beyond any doubt, if you read the documents, that the air quality and the traffic gets better if you do the tunnel. I'd like to support or mention Supervisor Hahn's comment at the committee. This is a Measure R project. The people voted for that. The people wanted that. And it is up to the board to take into consideration that vote and the vote that counts. Let me also say that there's a justice issue here. And the justice is not going to be served unless the tunnel is built. Thank you.
Christopher Sutton.
My name is Christopher Sutton. I'm a homeowner in Pasadena. I also am the attorney for a number of 710 tenants. Caltrans owns 460 properties with even a great number of tenants, and Caltrans is a slumlord. And Caltrans uses the threat of the tunnel to continue to harass the tenants. This body needs to clearly say there will be no tunnel so the properties can be sold to the tenants. In January of 2015, this body adopted a policy about reallocating money, including freeway money. In addition, both SB 15 in 1999 and the FURE amendments to the state legislation authorizing Measure R allows this body to reallocate money, not just within this corridor, but countywide, so that we urge you to amend this motion and pass it and clearly state there will be no tunnel so that the tenants in the 710 corridor can finally buy their properties and finally be free of the yoke and abuse that Caltrans has heaped on them for 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Lewin, followed by Paul A. Perez, followed by Tina Miller, followed by Trish Gothaldone, followed by Violeta Urbina, followed by Maria Elena Garcia.
Brian Lewin, Rosemead. Where is the environmental justice for the communities along the incomplete 710 corridor, who have been breathing the air of de facto freeways routed through them for more than half a century? Where's the economic justice for these communities who have had their streets absorbing freeway traffic and congestion that they were never designed for? Who supported a Measure R tax on themselves with funding for a gap closure tunnel project that could finally resolve the unfinished issue, and who are being told by today's motion that the solution is to kill the freeway and make their streets even more like freeways. adding still more pollution. I see no justice, only a gift to those primarily well-off communities who have used their power and influence to block completion of a long-planned regional freeway network to serve their own selfish interests. Hundreds of thousands have suffered respiratory illnesses from air pollution, lost time from excess traffic cutting through their communities, and vehicle wear and tear from worn-out infrastructure for the benefit of those small communities. Where is our justice? Please.
Next speaker. Paul Paris, followed by Tina Miller. Trish Gosfeld, if I called your name, please come forward.
Yeah, it would help if you mentioned the names just before. Good morning. We've been here before. We've addressed this issue many, many times. How many times do we
Your
have to
name?
be addressing? The name is Paul Perez.
Thank you.
We've been addressing this issue too long at the expense of the voters who want more. Do we really want to waste more money asking for more studies? We've already had more than 300 meetings. We've had more than 8,000 comments. Approximately 6-1 are in favor of the tunnel. You've hired professional experts to conduct studies and provide recommendations, and the results have been the same. We need that tunnel. That's the one that's the best thing possible. The money's been there. How many more studies do you need? Do we have relatives that are conducting these studies? Are we supporting them? We do want to move forward, but in the right direction. Let the experts' recommendation guide you, and don't let the politicians force you to make these suggestions that you have. This is ridiculous. We keep making motions that are stifling the real thing. Get that tunnel.
Tina Miller, followed by Trish Gossett-Doan, followed by Violeta Urbina, followed by Marina Elena Garcia, followed by Josefina Rodriguez. Please proceed.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Violeta Urbina, represento a la comunidad del Sereno. Violeta Urbina. Urbina. Represento a la comunidad del Sereno.
I represent the community of El Sereno.
Okay, señor alcalde Garcetti y supervisora Solís. ¿Demás miembros? No al 710, estamos aquí y porque creemos que es justo.
Vamos a compartir el teléfono. Let's say no to the 710. Adelante.
Sí, porque creemos que es justo y necesario.
Because we believe that it's just and necessary.
Que el Sereno reciba partes.
That the Sereno receives parts.
De los fondos.
From the funds.
Por favor, apoyen al Sereno. Gracias.
Can you please support El Sereno? Thank you.
Gracias. Tina Miller. Please proceed.
Good morning. Thank you. Metro Board members. My name is Tina Miller. I'm a resident of Garbanza, located in CD14 along with El Sereno. El Sereno has been fighting the 710 freeway, as you know, for 50 years. Mr. Mayor, when you were a council member, you helped spearhead the City of Los Angeles opposing the 710 study, and I truly thank you, Councilman Jose Huizar, Councilman Ed Reyes, then Assembly Member Anthony Portantino, and Ara Najarian. We want to bring social justice to our Northeast communities. Having transportation choices is vital in our city, and we want to support these options. Please kill this tunnel and move forward with transportation choices that are environmentally meaningful for everyone. Thank you.
And if I've called your name, you can be ready to speak as soon as the prior speaker concludes. Please proceed.
Trish Gossett, Dominique.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Metro Board, for considering this resolution that the City Council made yesterday in favor of killing this project and allocating the funds accordingly. My name is Trish. I'm a resident of Northeast Los Angeles, and I'm here supporting the communities of El Sereno, which is also part of my council district and my council members' district. I want to just ask you to please allocate the funding, the remaining funds in the 710 project accordingly, and not to leave out Northeast LA, which was to be the bearer of a large brunt of this. So thank you for that. And just in closing, I'd like to remind the board that if the fight against the 710 were an actual human, it would be eligible for Social Security.
Hard to follow up on that one. Maria Elena Garcia. Next speaker.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es María Elena García y estoy aquí representando.
Good morning. My name is Maria Elena Garcia, and I am here representing
Y estoy aquí representando al Sereno.
El Sereno.
Y estoy aquí para pedir que una parte de los fondos
I am here to ask that some part of the funds
sean entregados al Sereno, ya que es una comunidad que lo
will be
necesita.
located to El Sereno because it's a community that needs it.
Muchas gracias.
Thank
Muy
you very
amables.
much. Very kind.
Gracias. Next speaker.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Josefina Rodríguez
Good morning. My name is Josefina Rodriguez.
y vengo que no se haga el freeway del 710
And
y que apoyen
¿qué?
que no se haga el freeway del
And
710
I don't want the 710 freeway.
y que
710
apoyen al
freeway,
Sereno, igual
project
es parte
done.
del dinero.
And then that you support that part of the money goes que vaya a dónde?
Que apoyen al Sereno también.
And also to support El Sereno as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers, I'm going to call some more names. Mario Robles, Natalia Silva, Charles Bennett, Troy Carbajal, Doreen Forte, and Treba. Welcome.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Miembros del concilio,
Council members,
alcalde Garcetti, supervisor,
Mayor Garcetti,
supervisora
Supervisor
Solís.
Solis.
Mi nombre es Mario Robles,
My
repito.
name is Mario Rodas.
He vivido durante 25, 27 años en el este de Los Ángeles y el Sereno. He trabajado también en la misma área y he sufrido y vivido las consecuencias
and I've suffered the consequences
por todo el proyecto del 710.
because of the 710 project happening.
Del abandono de casas solas, sin muchas consecuencias.
And all of this houses being abandoned, and there's many consequences.
He visto también las consecuencias positivas del trabajo de ustedes.
I as well have seen the positive consequences of your work.
Y estoy aquí para apoyar
So
que
I am
paren
here to support
el proyecto del
to
710.
stop the 710 project.
Tomen en cuenta la justicia social, gracias por hacerlo, pero también
thank you for taking in consideration social justice,
apoyo para que se haga la justicia económica.
but as well
Que
to
es-
support economic justice.
Por las consecuencias para el Sereno y el este de Los
Because
Ángeles, pido
of the consequences for El Sereno and East Los Angeles, what I ask is
que se apoye de la misma manera como se ha afectado
to
económicamente
support
también.
it the same way that has been affected economically.
Y gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Next speaker.
Good morning, board members. My name is Doreen Fuerte, and I'm a resident of El Sereno. Over 30% of the tunnel route is located in El Sereno, and I'm just here today to ask that you please don't forget and that you will consider the city of El Sereno when allocating funds, because we are one of the lower income communities that have been affected by all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Metro Board, Mayor Garcetti, and Supervisor Solis. My name is Troy Carbajal, and I'm a resident of El Sereno. Today before you, there was an opportunity to give us back what has been taken from us. The 710 freeway has impacted El Sereno for over 50 years, has zoned a whole neighborhood as public facility to allow for the freeway, caused Caltrans to purchase hundreds of homes and lots in El Sereno, many of which are vacant and in despair. El Sereno is a lower-income community and deserves its fair share of the funding. It shouldn't just go to wealthier San Gabriel communities. I am here to express support for the implementation of the TSM, TDM option through some of the Measure R funds, allocating the remaining funds for new mobility projects within the affected areas, including El Sereno, allocating funding fairly in order to ensure that most affected communities, such as El Sereno and East Los Angeles, all get their fair share and proportionate share of the funding. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Ann Treba. I live in La Cañada, Flintridge. I've been following the tunnel and other proposals since the beginning, which was, I think, 2011. And I just wanted to commend you, Councilman Fasana, and all your staff on the new motion, because I think it sounds very intelligent. It gives the local communities the ability to input on what kind of projects they want. It sounds like you're going to listen to many different kinds of ideas and be open to spending the money in ways that the local communities can approve. So I appreciate this motion. I'm still against the tunnel. It never made sense to me. One more thing, I think sound walls are really important for all of our communities. I know in La Cañada, anywhere up the hill from the 210 freeway, we got a lot of sound noise. So I'm glad to see that that's part of the proposal. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Charles Bennett, Doreen Forte, Dr. Bill Sherman, Claire Bogard, Jeff Baum, Carlos Martinez, and Ron Mukai. You all have been called. Please proceed. Next speaker. If your name's been called, you can come forward at this time.
I'm Charles Bennett, but I wanted to speak on item 35, not on item 29.
Okay, our error. We will call you when 35 comes forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please proceed.
Dr. Bill Sherman, City of South Pasadena. I would ask those activists who stand behind us to please stand so we can know that they're represented. Thank you, Mr. Fasana, for your motion. It's a good start, though it needs to be tightened and simplified. Remember the movie Dumb and Dumber? Jim Carrey asked this woman for a date. She says no. He says, is there a chance? She says, 1 in a million. He shouts, there is a chance. The chance of building a tunnel is 1 in a million. Your wording, deferring further consideration, implies there is a chance. This ambiguity makes the development of the stubs and sale of the Caltrans properties problematic. Just say the tunnel alternative is no longer an option. For those who want the tunnel, remember what Cuba Gooding said in Jerry Maguire. Show me the money. There is no money for this project. Let's end it now.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Natalia Silva.
Good morning.
Representando al Sereno y quiero que se haga justicia en lo que todo el tiempo han pedido y que no se haga lo que van a hacer.
I want to ask for justice for El Sereno and for you to do justice and do what you have been promising all the time.
Muchas gracias y disculpen que me faltan más palabras, pero
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry that I'm lacking more words.
Perfect. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Good morning. My name is Claire Bogard, and I'm here representing the No 710 Action Committee. This organization was formed approximately 7 years ago, holds regular meetings, and includes representatives from many communities from the West San Gabriel Valley, including the communities from La Cañada to El Sereno, from Pasadena to Sierra Madre, and from Highland Park to Alhambra. We all work in cooperation with our many mayors, city councils, and staff members. As a group, we're focused on searching for transportation alternatives that are sensible, realistic, and which will provide the best transportation solutions for our communities and for the region. We are strongly opposed to the 7R tunnel, the 710 tunnel, under discussion because it's unrealistic, too costly, has disastrous environmental consequences, and is dangerous. The time has come to acknowledge that the tunnel is not feasible and we should move on. Therefore, on behalf of No 710 Action Committee, I urge you to remove the tunnel from any further consideration and to focus on locally supported, sensible transportation options. The No 710 Action Committee supports the Fasana-Barger motion with the understanding that the remaining funds in Measure R will be used in the 710 corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Jeffrey Baum. I am a resident of Pasadena and represent the 7,000 households of the West Pasadena Residents Association. I want to thank you. I want to thank Supervisor Catherine Barger, who came to speak to us directly during her period to understand the concerns that we had about the proposed tunnel project. And I want to thank Mayor Garcetti, because the last time I came to a Metro Board meeting was when the consideration for the Measure R was going forward. And it was Mayor Garcetti's leadership and other members of this board that chose not to put the tunnel or the 710 into that proposal so that we could unite as a community and bring that measure forward to fund other strongly needed transportation improvements to our area. I was part of a alternatives working group that convened by the city of Pasadena. We came up with a series of smart alternatives that would actually take cars off our street and improve traffic, and we support your proposal to redirect those funds accordingly.
Next speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board. Supervisor Solis. My name is Ron Mukai, and my family and I have been in East LA for 3 generations. I'm in support of the tunnel, but I wanted to spend my time talking about accountability for MTA when this tunnel is built or if it's not built. My family and I have a shopping center on Mendick and 3rd, and the prior alternatives were to build a light rail up Mednick. I've been intimately involved in the light rail since the Gold Line. I was on the rack. I've been involved every step of the way. And they had a plan to take my shopping center, and I found out 2 years after the date in Pasadena at a public hearing. Please do the right thing for East LA. Have accountability. Have real accountability. And earn back the trust of East LA. We're tired of fighting. We want you guys to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos Martinez, followed by Teresa Marquez, followed by Raul Rubalcaba, followed by Eddie Torres, followed by Tom Williams. If your name's been called, you may speak at this time. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Carlos Martinez, Metro Board, Mayor Garcetti, Hilda Solis. I'm not just a resident of El Sereno, but I'm also a program director for a local nonprofit, Barrio Action. And I'm here today to express that 30% of the plan is within El Sereno. I want to make sure that each of you are able to support our community by being able to allocate the funding appropriately in order for us to continue providing improvements within that community, but also making sure that it's the fair share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes. My name is Teresa Marquez. I am president of Mothers of East LA. And our constant word is environmental justice. Nothing has been mentioned about making the traffic flow a lot faster and away from Boyle Heights. And we need that. There's no mention of the 60, about expanding some kind of movement and taking away all the traffic. You know, we are dying in Boyle Heights with the Exide environmental contamination that is right now in the process of being cleaned. In addition to that, we have the trucks bumper to bumper over the 710 freeway coming from the 60 to the 710 and vice versa. And let me tell you, I mentioned it to Hilda this morning. When they closed the 710 entrance from the 60, you gridlock all of East LA and Boyle Heights. We could not move. We were just going around in circles. Thank you. But please remember the funds for Boyle Heights and East LA.
Thank you. Raul Rubalcaba, followed by Eddie Torres. Welcome.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Raul Daniel Rubalcaba, and I've been a resident of East Los Angeles since 1959. And I've seen this whole growth of the birth of the extension of the 710 since 1967, when the Long Beach Freeway and the Pomona Freeway were set in. So I've been here. I'm asthmatic, so all that has affected me. What I want to say is, number one, I do support the tunnels going through, I very much, and also support alternatives as well. But I want to say that you need to look at this generationally, because where are you going to get the funding, number one, and are you going to give this over to your children and grandchildren to pay for this? It is important to take all those things in consideration, but also I appreciate that you're getting responsive from the community. My last thing is I wish you all the best. You're all very honorable people, and I know you're doing this best for the community. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Eddie Torres. I'm with the East Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce, and the people have voted to complete the 710 North. The people have voted and supported to complete the 710 North Tunnel. All communities have sacrificed for transportation, but no other community like East Los Angeles. To the north, we have the 10 and the 60. To the south, we have the 5. And right down the middle, we have the 710 freeway. The staff has recommended the 710 tunnel. The people have supported through all the public hearings an enormous amount of money. We're not El Sereno. We are East Los Angeles Unincorporated. No one looks out for East Los Angeles Unincorporated like the East LA Chamber of Commerce. Please support that tunnel and stop bombarding us with traffic and more asthma, more emphysema, more cancer. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you. We have Tom Williams, David Beadle, Peter Arona, Joe Cano, Sam Burgess, Lourdes Caracosa, Jennifer Maldonado, and Julie Mendez. That's the next group of speakers. Welcome.
Brown Act clarification. Are there 2 items or one?
One item. Please proceed.
2 different questions. The receive and file. Don't, because it's wrong. Next one. 29.1. Yes, we need the funds. Not $100 million. Put the whole thing into TSM, TDM, because we have projects right now that would solve the problem. Not only for El Sereno, where I have lived for 30 years, but also for Alhambra, Monterey Park, and especially our neighbors to the southeast LA. We have right now $165 million worth of projects ready to go to design to relieve the north-south and some of the east-west traffic. So, yes, environmental justice, we have suffered Caltrans for me, only 30 years, but others for much longer, and we need that money, and we need the projects now for El Sereno. Thank you.
Next speaker.
David Beadle, resident of South Pasadena. As mentioned before, the 710 freeway extension is an idea of the 20th century, not the 21st. We should be focusing on the future of mobility, not the past. The car has had its time to prove itself, and while traveling the open road is still a wonderful experience, driving within Los Angeles and countywide is nothing short of hell. Even the 405 corridor expansion has given little relief and only going to get worse as our population increase is projected at 15 million by 2025. We've been giving in to the demand of the motorist interest groups for too long, and I am a motorist myself. I'm also a cyclist, and I would ride to work. I have the distance to do it, but it's just way too dangerous. I believe that we should provide more alternatives to public transport, including sidewalk mobility devices such as the Segway and newer upcoming so-called sidewalk mobility technologies that augment the public transport experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Peter Anthony Arona. Distinguished board members, I'm a resident of El Sereno. I'd just like to say no to the 710 tunnel. I appreciate all your hard work, the community's hard work to come to this point. I think we've become addicts. We're dependent on fossil fuel. By saying no to the 710 tunnel, we're going to have to do things differently. And I'd just like to say, change your hearts, change your minds, change course for the future of your kids and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joe Cano, El Sereno. I hope the optic is not lost on a bunch of expensive suits standing up here and promoting a tunnel. Kind of reminds me of the frat party at the Rose Garden a couple of weeks ago. Now, equity and justice. Equity. El Sereno, our residents are also taxpayers. They are not the only ones that will suffer. I'm also worried about the Crenshaw Historical District. I'd like to see some money being allotted to them. Justice is everybody participating in a transportation project that they can use. Building a tunnel will turn El Sereno residents into second-class citizens. This is not the America that I know. With this current political climate in Washington, we have a lot of injustice being thrown down at the poor and people that lack representation. Vote this tunnel down. Put it away.
Next speaker, thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Sam Burgess, and I would first like to thank Chairman Fasana and Supervisor Barger for bringing this motion to today. As I mentioned in last week's subcommittee meeting, I was born and raised in Northeast Los Angeles. I began speaking out against this freeway way back in the early 70s. I'm now well past 40 years speaking on it. In all of that time, I've asked but one overriding question. What is it we as a society wish to leave the future? Do we wish to leave the future viable and livable communities, or do we wish to leave the future ribbons of asphalt? Your vote today will answer the question for the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Lourdes Caracosa, born and raised in East Los Angeles, strong advocate of my communities. I'd like to submit this comment by Yolanda Duarte, who has served in several of the committee boards for Metro in our community, as a public comment as well. Regardless if the 710 tunnel goes through or not, the reality is in East Los Angeles, the unincorporated community that I love has been impacted time and time again. Access and mobility was the reason we supported the goal line to go towards East Los Angeles, but we are still recovering. Our businesses, our residents, and more importantly, our disabled communities are being affected and are limited in accessing our local businesses. When you look at the resources that you can invest and provide, please think of the added needs in our community and the needs that have been created by the metros coming through with the intent of helping our communities.
Okay, we have Jennifer Maldonado, Julie Mendel, Leilani Rivoldi, Christina Morris, Adrian Scott Fine, Richard Schneider, and Chris Hannon. Again, if your name's been called, please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Julie Mendel, and I'm here today on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council and its 2.4 million members and activists, tens of thousands of whom live in the greater Los Angeles area. NRDC is a part of the Connected Cities and Communities Coalition and has long opposed the 710 extension project. We support this motion to adopt the TSM-TDM alternative as the locally preferred alternative. We should not spend billions on a flawed tunnel project that would exacerbate traffic and pollution. Though a TSM-TDM system alone is not sufficient to solve the region's mobility problems, it is a vastly superior alternative and an excellent start. NRDC has stood strong with the El Sereno community throughout the 710 EIR process, and we want to continue to ensure that they and other 710 corridor communities will benefit from mobility and traffic improvements in the area. To that end, we support the revised language that would ensure that reprogrammed funds are shared with the City of Los Angeles, including El Sereno and surrounding LA communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Maldonado. I'm here as a youth organizer with Inner City Struggle, a resident of El Sereno, and also with El Sereno Against Gentrification. My students at Woodrow Wilson High School had questions such as, will we lose our house to this tunnel? Will my family's asthma worsen, even though I don't have health insurance? How do I answer these questions when the project continually erase the impact that El Sereno would have, which you just identified us as a zip code 90032. We are El Sereno. How do I explain smart and functional land use when they have seen their families evicted due to rent hikes? I support a no-tunnel, extensive and intensive community engagement with the most vulnerable communities and funds equitably allocated based on income and health disparities, specifically to El Sereno, unincorporated East LA, also City Terrace. So I just want to urge folks that the youth are also having these conversations, and there's youth here, and I really would have liked them to have come up and speak as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Christina Morris, and I'm here today representing the National Trust for Historic Preservation out of their Los Angeles office. Our national advocacy organization has been involved in this issue for over 3 decades as a result of our concern for the natural and cultural resources that would be harmed by the tunnel alternatives. Given the need for additional environmental analysis, the potential for significant adverse effects, and the exorbitant cost of the tunnel options, the most sensible path forward is to set aside the tunnel now and reallocate the funds to pursue a set of strategic and fundable mobility alternatives. We applaud board members Barger and Fasana for bringing this motion forward today, so thank you very much for that. We believe that cities are only effective when they work for everyone. Since naming the historic neighborhoods along the I-710 to our annual list of America's 11 most endangered historic places back in the 1980s, we have advocated for smarter 21st century solutions that address this dynamic region's growing needs for equitable and effective transportation, while also protecting and enhancing its unique character. We ask the Metro Board to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Adrian Scott Fine with the Los Angeles Conservancy. For more than 30 years, the Los Angeles Conservancy has been involved in the 710 freeway extension and raising concerns about its broad impacts on historic communities. Our nearly 6,500 members throughout Los Angeles County care deeply about this issue. We have repeatedly raised concerns about attempts to push through a transportation program without fully considering other options that would better address transportation and planning needs for the San Gabriel Valley communities. The time has come to redirect this effort toward a comprehensive package of 21st century local mobility alternatives. We are grateful for this motion and a redirected path forward and urge you to support and adopt this motion. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I am Dr. Richard Schneider, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of South Pasadena.
Apologize for not calling you earlier. Please proceed.
For many years, my city has felt the 710 tunnel was financially infeasible. We thank Mr. Fasana for his motion last week, which embodies that realization. South Pasadena wants to make sure that the tunnel is definitively no longer considered an alternative, and not simply placed on the shelf from where it can be reconsidered in the future. If the termination of the tunnel is accomplished, the next step is a fair and reasonable allocation of the remaining Measure R funds. We think that the allocation process should be open and include the corridor cities, and we support Councilmember Jose Huizar's effort to have El Sereno and Northeast Los Angeles included in the fair distribution of funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Leilani Rivoli, Chris Hannon, Nathan Ramos, Maria Miranda, Luis Chilin, Ruth Rios.
My name is Leilani Rivoli, third generation El Sereno resident. The
Welcome.
neighborhood you referred to as 90032.
That was actually in state legislation. It was cited directly from the state legislation, so I want to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. I'm here on behalf of myself, my neighbors, El Sereno's Future, and El Sereno Against Gentrification, an anti-displacement group. I'm no on the tunnel. It is not practical, sensible, or ethical. In the board report under single bore freeway tunnel, there is no mention of my community, El Sereno, or the effects the tunnel will have on my community. It overlooks the mass displacement of people in El Sereno. A freeway is a freeway. Just because it's underground doesn't change the fact that our neighbors are still at risk of major long-term respiratory health concerns. We need smarter and more ethical development in our communities that considers all of its residents, renters, and homeowners. Allocate funding to those most in need of smarter development that does not displace families like those in Highland Park due to Metro's poor planning, and plan something that is sustainable for all of us. Let's face it, the future of the city is more conscious and accessible public transportation and less stigmas against it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, Directors.
Morning.
My name is Chris Hannon, Council Representative for the Los Angeles Orange County's Building and Construction Trades Council. Our Building Trades Council supported Measure R. It supported Measure R for the jobs it created. It supported Measure R for the transportation improvements to the region. We supported Measure R with the funds set aside for the completion of the 710 freeway, and we still support those ideas today. We oppose the Fasana motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor Garcetti. It's a pleasure to meeting you. It's the first time that I have the opportunity to know a mayor of Los Angeles. Thank you, members. My name is Nathaniel Ramos. I'm just asking for, please, if approve or not approve the funds for the 710 projects, please support El Sereno community with funds. The other way is I'm concerned that you can connect the 710 with the 10 freeway, then with the 110 freeway, and then with the 210 freeway is another option. And the other option is that we can create a single line for the trucks who coming from the Long Beach port to Los Angeles or Pasadena, make a special line for them. And I know that they have a green program for the trucks that prevent the contamination in Los Angeles. We need even a good freeways. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ruth Rios. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here today to urge this board to support the motion that says no to the 710 tunnel and to support alternative funding options which will include our communities of El Sereno, Northeast LA, and East Los Angeles. It is not right that Measure R monies all be directed to the San Gabriel Valley. Our communities of El Sereno, East LA are heavily and negatively impacted by the 710 freeway and are heavily traveled thoroughfares from the San Gabriel Valley to downtown LA each day. We are truly in need of Measure R funding, which could assist our communities in relieving congestion and traffic issues. Measure R funding is for LA County, and we are LA County. We feel that the monies from this measure should be shared equally by Los Angeles City and San Gabriel Valley. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Maria Miranda. I've been a resident in El Sereno for 28 years, and I'd like for you guys to support the amendment. And I'm sorry I had to say more, but I'm really not feeling good today.
You're doing fine.
Thank you so much, and please support for the community and for the surrounding areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Shalin, Cynthia Guzman, Daniel Walker, Hugo Garcia, I believe it is. I might be wrong. Jonathan Edwards, Melissa Kellogg. If your name's been called, please come forward. Again, if your name's been called, please come forward. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Board Chair Fasana, members of the Metro Board. My name is Cynthia Guzman, and I'm with the LA Bioscience Hub. We're a nonprofit focused on the growth of the bioscience industry in East Los Angeles. We strongly support the motion for use of 710 funds towards multimodal projects in the community of El Sereno. The community of El Sereno has long suffered from poor infrastructure and connectivity to the larger region. We think these funds represent a tremendous opportunity to create a range of transportation options that support equitable development. We support this motion for multimodal activities that will provide healthy, accessible community and economic development in this area, particularly around Valley Boulevard and El Sereno. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Walker, Chairman Fasana, Mayor Garcetti. I saw you on C-SPAN the other day, Mayor, talking about transportation with other leaders, so very impressed. Our group, we do support the tunnel. We think that's the best option. The only one that really does have any regional impact. I think the studies have shown that over and over. But I think the most dangerous thing about the option that Chairman Fasana has brought forth is that it really changes what the voters approved a few years ago. Today we're talking about the tunnel and maybe taking some money away from that. And some of the ideas that the groups have talked about are great ideas. I think we can all support better local transportation, more funding for pedestrians and bikes, and some of the roads around where I grew up need more funding for sure. But I think to take all the money that the voters approved for this tunnel and redirect it, today that's not the right idea. Tomorrow it could be something else, some other project in some other area.
Thank you.
Of the city. And it's real dangerous precedent to start.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jonathan Edwards with the Downtown Pasadena Neighborhood Association. Our community is a community that embraces walkability and alternative modes of transportation, including public transit. And in short, our community embraces the work of this board, what you're doing. We oppose the 710 tunnel because of opportunity cost, in addition to the negative impacts we think it'll happen. The 710 tunnel is a sinkhole, it's a swamp, it's a sand pit that all your other projects are going to get mired in. They have been mired. We've been spinning our wheels on this for 65 years. It's time to finally to put it to rest so that we can devote 100% of our energies to the work that you want to do under Measure M, and the voters approved with over a 70% margin. So please stop the 710 tunnel and devote the funding towards alternative modes of transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Hugo Garcia. I'm the president of the El Sereno Organizing Committee. I want to thank the chairperson and the Metro Board. This letter that I passed out to you is on behalf of the El Sereno Organizing Committee, a grassroots community-based organization from El Sereno, which advocates on behalf of the community regarding the proposed 710 freeway tunnel project. The Natural Resources Defense Council, a national nonprofit environmental organization with tens of thousands of members and activists in Southern California. Inner City Struggle, an Eastside-based nonprofit that mobilizes youth and families. Prevention Institute, a national public health organization that works to improve community health and well-being. And Investing in Place, which advocates for safe and livable communities in Los Angeles. We are here today to express our support for the item number 29. That is before us right now. We support the entire motion except for recommendation C. If I can do this, because there's a number of organizations that we feel...
we have your written comments, so we will go through those, but you need to be respectful of everyone that's speaking as well.
Okay, I just want to make a brief thing, is that...
You got one sentence.
We do have a reservation about C, and we do support the amendment.
Thank you.
For obvious reasons that all the people...
Next speaker, Louise Sheelan, followed by Melissa Kellogg and Jenny Guerrero. Good morning.
But good morning. I'm Melissa Kellogg. I and my family live in El Sereno.
And thank you for considering this motion. I'm here to say that I and many of my neighbors, and of course my family, support the redirecting of funds to mobility projects in corridor communities, including Northeast and East Los Angeles. These projects would actually provide for more diverse, accessible, and thoughtful, inclusive, and forward-thinking mobility, ways of connecting to our communities. And we think that this is really a much better approach, and we appreciate that you're considering it. And we do ask that you consider Northeast and East Los Angeles in the projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, if your name's been called, please come forward. Luis Chelan, Jenny Guerrero, Barbara Arenasa. Luis Chelan. Oh, please come forward. Good morning.
My name is Barbara Arenasa, and I support the alternative measure, and I represent alternative transportation. I hope that some of the money that will be allocated is to consider those of us who do use alternative transportation. I live in El Sereno. I was born and raised there, and as I go through my community, it is difficult. I know the sidewalks have been addressed, but I hope that other measures can be put into place to make people in wheelchairs more accessible to parks, some of the public schools that I can't get into because there are stairs, and just the level of some of the things, ATM machines, simple things, but the city, I think, should take that into consideration, and I hope that they will consider that. Some of you may have family members or friends who are already living in this situation, and I hope that that can be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jenny Guerrero. I'm a lifelong resident of El Sereno. I'm here, and I would urge you guys to support the implementation of the TDM option through the Measure R funds, and also the allocation of the remaining funds. I would like for them to come to El Sereno. El Sereno is one of the oldest cities, areas within the city of Los Angeles, and we get overlooked on many things. There's so many reasons for us to have those funds, for us to use our infrastructure, to improve what we have currently. And we definitely don't want to see our community get destroyed by having, these things, these tunnel projects and other things that are taking apart our community come in and take hold. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, Luis Chelan. No, I don't. Don Jones, please come forward.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Chairman. This morning I opened up the Los Angeles Times B section, the long convoluted history of the 710 corridor, and I saw that the activity that we had engaged in 1995, the El Sereno activists filed federal race discrimination lawsuit. I'm here because since that time we have been seen as the face of the resistance to the 710 tunnel. We have found legal opposition to it. We filed lawsuits. We opposed Measure J. I was the founder of 2 tenants groups in Pasadena and El Sereno. But I think now it's time for us to take this as a good faith measure, accept the olive branch that's reached out to us, see if we can work together in a spirit of rapprochement to go forward together to make our city better. Thank you for your courtesy and kindness.
Thank you. We have concluded comment on this item. I did not receive a card from Mr. Walsh. Does anybody have a card from Mr. Walsh on 29.1?
Many hours ago.
Mr. Walsh, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to tribute.
I'm not going to take any more cards. I'll restart your clock, but if you have not submitted your card by now, we will be concluding speaking.
This is decades and decades and decades. The first time I came before you, I was in my mother's arms wearing a diaper. I'm still wearing that diaper. But to be serious, To be serious, I'm talking about 30 or 40 years, and many of those people who got up here and spoke against the freeway extension have died. They were in their 80s and 90s, and they worked. And I want a moment of silence for those people who gave their lives for this. We are going to win. Mr. Fasana, you're actually doing a pretty good job. And I'm telling you, and I don't get that very you don't get that very often from me. See?
Please hold the applause, even though it's for me.
But in any case, the tunnel would cost $1 billion a mile and be the longest tunnel in America. It isn't going to happen.
Thank you. Christian Hernandez.
Hello, all. This is Christian Hernandez. I'm the Vice Mayor of the City of Cudahy, but I stand here today as a fellow resident. Hello to all.
Welcome.
I actually respectfully decline the motion that's set forth. The reason being is because I believe that our voters have committed to the project to actually finding a solution for the 710 freeway. And I think that, I relate to the city of El Sereno on their concerns because we've been living them, I was born in the area, so I live through that pollution. And I think that this is more of a political issue rather than our democratic issue. I think that our voters have stated what they wanted and what they want, but I think I also support alternative transportation and complete streets. That's something that we are embracing. But I think that our democratic process is definitely something we should consider and do not undermine our voters. So thank you, and definitely consider both sides.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we have concluded public comment. I want to thank everyone who did comment today for or against what is being discussed here or further ideas. We will now turn it over to comments by the board. Director Garcetti.
Wow, thank you to the members of the public. Thank you for your patience. Thank you to the board members for your attention. I haven't lived in this project for 65 years, but I've been on this board for just under 4. And let me start first by thanking you, Mr. Chair, to recognize for a minute the long years of work that you have put into this project. And in my time on this board, I've been very happy to work with Director Najarian, Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Barger on this, as well as some of their predecessors as well. And I want to thank the community members who have, there's no win-win solution here. People are going to be disappointed. The only lose-lose solution we've been having is doing nothing. And everybody's a little disappointed because maybe they're a little happy, but they're mostly a little bit disappointed because for years nothing has happened. And I just want to personally talk about this for a moment. My grandfather was an immigrant from Mexico, grew up in Boyle Heights, and he lived where the 101 freeway is now. His mother's home was taken away forcibly, and he had to move. My father grew up around 41st and Figueroa Place, which doesn't exist anymore because the Harbor Freeway came and took his home away growing up in South Los Angeles. And my wife and I and our family most recently lived in northeast Los Angeles in Silver Lake and Echo Park, where we saw the rump of the 2 freeway, which was supposed to be the Beverly Hills Freeway, if you know that, which on one hand, as a commuter, I was like, this is a convenient place everywhere but the west side. So I kind of understand the issues for everybody. Like, wow, wouldn't it have been great if that freeway had been finished? And wow, isn't it devastating when we build freeways what the impact is? I can actually sympathize with what folks have said on all sides of this. And all of us deeply care about, I think, this particular project and how it impacts the communities that we represent. Since my time as a council member, I've been opposed to a tunnel. That was listening to my constituents. There were studies that were going to be as far as west as Echo Park for an alternative tunnel, listening to folks in El Sereno and joining together with then Councilmember Reyes, Councilmember Huizar, myself. We authored the motion to oppose that in 2012 as MTA and Caltrans were working on the EIR. The concerns that I had at that time are still there for me. I can't wrap my head around that, and as mayor of Los Angeles, I can't do any more than thank my constituents in El Sereno who are here today for their work and their activism and standing up for their neighbors and their neighborhood. But I don't have to remind you that Measure M also passed with 70+% of the vote. It's not a coincidence, I think, that Measure M only contains one new freeway project, which is far from the regional core up in the North County. I think as a county and as a region, we've moved on from new freeways. We have improvements to curves, we have kind of flow issues, on-ramps, off-ramps, but that's not something that we're investing in anymore. The power of what was said, kind of 20th century solutions. Actually, there are a lot of great 20th century solutions we are using in the 21st century, like rail, again, but not all 20th century solutions are the right ones for today. And I think in this most recent vote, the voters of Los Angeles County said that they don't see new freeways as a solution to their mobility needs. And I understand the argument that was made about Measure R wasn't around as a board member. I certainly supported it. But there was a mechanism in R, and there is a mechanism eyes wide open in M, to make democratic choices with democratically elected representatives when changes occur. One thing that we did mandate in R and in M is that it stay in the region. Now, leading up to this, we knew 40% of that activity was actually in the city of LA. The rest then crosses right over the border into San Gabriel Valley COG, the area that was then put into the formal documents of Measure R. So in order to take that money, which I know the letter, for instance, of the El Sereno Coalition had, is to take the money from that, violates that law. But what this motion does, and I want to thank Councilmember Huizar's staff, the El Sereno residents, everybody for their support of what Supervisor Solis and I worked on that was going to be a separate amendment. I want to thank the makers of the motion to just incorporate this into their original one, was to look at what other funding sources there are so that East LA, El Sereno, and the other areas that were impacted and are impacted today get at least as much money as they would have out of the R pot. You don't need to worry which pot it's in. You just need to worry that things are going to get done. And so we've been able to achieve that in a way that meets the letter of the law and maybe even has a few more dollars than if we had done it through Measure R, which is good news for those folks who are right in the crosshairs that my grandfather in Boyle Heights was with his family for so many years. So that is what we've put in to this motion to make sure that the work can be done. Let me say one other thing. As a member of this board, I always strive to take a regional approach to as often as possible. My first responsibility is to my own voters, but I really try to make sure that we take a regional approach, one that doesn't pit one subregion against another. And I think that as we look at this, we do have regional needs, and some of those are articulated. Some of them are almost microclimates. What Alhambra has as a microclimate is important as El Sereno, and El Sereno for environmental justice absolutely doesn't want it, and Alhambra for environmental justice absolutely does want it. So there's no kind of reconciling that. We sometimes just have to vote for the areas that we represent. But I think it is very important for us to take this opportunity as we move forward in some of the good suggestions that there seems to be consensus on, that we really say, look, the money is not going to be there for this tunnel. So eyes wide open, what's bigger than incremental things? What can we do so that folks who are choked on pollution, who do suffer from asthma and cancer, have real options? And we know this is an organism that interacts throughout the entire region. It's the butterfly effect. Folks in Long Beach and folks in Pomona and folks in the San Fernando Valley and the West Side are actually affected by what we do and don't build. And until we start looking at all of those communities together and do things like what we'll be talking about later, moving towards electrification of buses and looking towards the ways that we can have EVs on our streets and take that pollution off our streets, we'll be fighting these tactical battles instead of having a wider strategy. That wasn't in Measure M, and Measure M can contribute to that. But I hope that Metro will think of itself as really that agency, not just the air quality agency, but that agency for environmental justice for all of us and for a better quality of life. But I urge support of this motion today. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I just want to say that based on your family history, if you live in Hancock Park, you got to be very concerned. Director Najarian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank everyone who came today to speak and those even who didn't speak but are showing their support. I think this is going to be a historic day, a day that will go down in the record books because there will be a decision made on the 710 tunnel. And we have spent so many years and hours and incredible amounts of money dealing with this issue, whether it was 55 years or 60 years, ready for Social Security payments or whatever that is. And I think that was the problem with this issue. It was such a polarizing issue, still is a polarizing issue, that we were paralyzed in terms of making a decision. But I do applaud staff for doing all the hard work. I was at many of your meetings. Those weren't easy meetings. You were getting tomatoes thrown at you, and there were statues put in your honor, and the next minute they were getting burned down. It was very difficult, and I do applaud staff for doing your duty, acting as professionals in all times. I know it wasn't easy, but I do want to give kudos to staff. I would like to applaud the elected officials who have been fighting this and involved, let's not say fighting, involved in finding a resolution to this for so many years, from the cities of Los Angeles, the unincorporated. And by the way, the gentleman who said East LA is not represented is totally wrong. You have got a fine supervisor here who has nothing but the best interests of your community at heart, as well as staff, as well as the staff, Supervisor Solis, that has done an excellent job on this and many other issues. And also to my colleagues on the board. I mean, I had some dark years on this board. I almost went into therapy because there were times when I would bring up this tunnel and I would be vilified and demonized and ridiculed. Thank you for all those who gave me
guilty as charged
support. Not you, John. You were very professional, and you maintained. I agree with John Walsh that you have maintained a very great demeanor throughout this whole project. I want to give a call out to Congressman Adam Schiff, who could not be here today. As you know, he's a great leader both locally and nationally. And although he doesn't have any specific comments, I do want to point out that he was very much supportive of alternatives to the tunnel. I think what we're doing here is hoping that we will be making the environmentally correct decision, the fiscally responsible decision. I do have to disagree with some of the findings that puts the tunnel as the best alternative. We have severe and strong comments from the EPA and the AQMD discussing the intense risk of cancer at the ventilation stacks. There's going to be possibly a toll feature, which was not discussed. This will be a job creator to all those in labor. This money doesn't get shipped off to China. It doesn't go up in smoke. This is going to be used in projects throughout this entire corridor, including the region communities of El Sereno, East LA. These are going to be transportation projects that are going to be developed and implemented, and they're going to provide as many, if not more, jobs than a tunnel would do. Don't forget, if a tunnel company came in, they're going to have their own special crew, and they're not going to be hiring all the jobs locally. The other types of projects are more suitable to local hiring, and the Metro Board itself would actually have a greater role in doing that. I think it's important that no one gloat about this. The pro tunnel folks have invested their heart and soul in this. The no tunnel folks, looks like things are going your way a little bit. But the important thing is that there's money being offered to the communities, significant money to do your own projects and to work together. If you collaborate, that money goes even farther, as you know. El Sereno, East LA, all the way up to La Cañada, you're all in this. This is truly a transportation step forward, and I urge my colleagues to please support this motion that has been collaborated on by so many fine leaders of the county: Fasana, Barger, Solis, Garcetti. My name's at the end of it. That's okay. I toot my own horn. But please, let's work on this together, and let's give our communities a way forward to solve the transportation issues that they have today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Director Solis?
Thank you. I also want to congratulate our Chairman Fasana for his outstanding work and dedication. It really takes a strong-willed individual who has a good command of budgets and policy going back many years. And I know he and I share issues regarding the San Gabriel Valley for many, many years past. And remember, quite frankly, that when Measure R was before us, at that time I was in the Congress and really didn't have a vote, but was very concerned because areas of the San Gabriel Valley were neglected. And now, and in part, East Los Angeles and El Sereno. So I'm happy that at least we have begun this conversation in a civil way. There are winners and there are losers, but in my opinion, this is one of the best maps moving forward that will provide justice to communities that have been held hostage because of environmental racism. And I'm very pleased that East LA is included, and in particular the areas of the Northeast and El Sereno. But I want to thank the community because really, again, it's the work of the community that helps to mobilize and frame where the directors go and how we proceed forward. And I ask you to continue to be vigilant. And earlier today, we had a group of students from East LA. They expressed to me their interest and concern in wanting to be engaged in policymaking. And I asked them to stay engaged and help work with us because as we move out this new mobility plan, I can already see where some of those youngsters are going to be leading us in the path for the next 10 and 20 years and how we change how we look at transportation, how we deal with carbon monoxide, how we deal with climate change, how we're dealing with electrification of buses, and the new technology that will promise them jobs of the future. That's what's important here, too, how we steer the funding that we are entrusted with, where it goes, and that there is justice. So this day will be remembered, I think, by many. I want to thank the staff of Metro for coming up with more support and ideas and helping us frame this. And I want to thank obviously my seatmate, Mr. Najarian, because he has been that person constantly bringing up this issue. Mayor Garcetti and also Catherine Barger for standing up and being a strong leader on this issue right away. She hasn't even been here 6 months, and she's doing a great job. I want to commend her and also, to our chairman, Fasana. Thank you. And on behalf of my community, thank you for coming out. Muchísimas gracias.
Director Barger, thank you.
Well, actually, I'm going to make this sometimes less is better, but as someone who is representing both sides on this issue, I have to say this has been a very, very difficult process. And Chairman Fasana, I want to thank you for being a leader because I know this has been a difficult process for you. And at the end of the day, we have to do what's right for our communities. And I say to Barbara Messina, who has been probably one of the strongest supporters and advocates, that the respect I have for you and the fact that you have maintained your position through thick and thin does not go unnoticed. At the end of the day, as a representative, we have to do what's right for our communities. And living in the community, I recognize that, and I've said this when I was running, that we have issues right now that need to be addressed, and the tunnel, whether it be built or not, is not going to fix what's happening right now in our communities. And living in a community that definitely has been hard hit by the traffic, we need to do something now. And this motion will allow us to move forward with some sort of mitigation. The challenge is going to be, what is that going to look like? And so by no means is it over as it relates to how we roll out the funding and address this. But I have to thank my colleagues on this board who have allowed those that represent areas impacted to lead on this and work with us to accomplish something that Mayor Garcetti, you said it's not a win-win, but it will begin the process of hopefully healing and also addressing the traffic and the impact that this has had for the course since I've lived in the area, and I'm 56, so it's been going on long before that. So I want to thank you again, Chairman Fasana, for your leadership, and Mary Lou, I know you put a lot of time into this, and I appreciate the work that you've done as well as the work that my staff, Dave Perry, put into this. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Butts.
I just wanted to make
a brief observation. Since I've been on the board, this tunnel has been talked about a lot and with great apprehension because I think everybody knew that there wasn't going to be the money for it. And when it was the motion was on the agenda today, and I came in and I saw all the people, I said, oh, this isn't going to end well. But I would tell you that this is one of the most impressive examples of reasoned democracy for a subject that has such a long-term impact on people's lives. I've never experienced anything like this. Everyone represented their position, but no one was angry, even Mr. Walsh. Everyone was reasoned, and everyone had their say. And from that, I want to go to talk about the leadership of the makers of the motion. I'm going to mention Director Najarian first because he was last. But Director Najarian, Directors Barger, Solis, Garcetti, and of course our leader, Director Fasana, showed a great deal of courage in bringing up a topic that needed resolution. There are times when a decision has to be made to move forward and do what's best for everyone, even though everyone won't get exactly what they want. And I really want to compliment Director Solis. She sits next to me, and so I've gotten to know her very well over the last couple of years. And she's one of the most intelligent, reasoned, courageous people that you could have for a representative. And so I think that this is just a fantastic outcome. And so particularly for all of you on this motion, Mayor Garcetti, I want to congratulate you.
Thank you. Director Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I certainly have only been on this board for a couple of months, but this issue has certainly resonated and tortured a lot of folks for a lot of years. I voted last week during committee to receive and file, and that had a lot to do with the conversations I had with the 710 Coalition and sort of really hearing their long struggle and fight, tears, passion. And I think you're right, Director Butts. I mean, what we've seen today is pretty amazing. And the fact that the communities were so organized and came down here, everyone had their say. I don't think the issues probably changed for anybody. But I will say, I do have a lot of respect, particularly for Barbara Messina and the 710 Coalition, and they're going to be disappointed today. I plan to support this motion today, and I think, Director Fasana, your leadership, particularly since you have supported the tunnel for so many years, and the fact that you realized at some point the money needed to be redirected. I feel the pain, though, of those cities. I represent the other end of the 710 freeway. And I will tell you, my communities in Wilmington and San Pedro and North Long Beach, have suffered tremendously because of cargo-related pollution. We have 350,000 days of lost school because of cargo-related pollution. So while our ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles are ports that we're very proud of, 44% of all the trade that comes in through this country comes through our ports. They're the biggest economic engine in our region and the source of good-paying jobs, but they're also the number one polluter in the region. And I remember, and Mayor Garcetti, you were on the council with me in the early 2002, 2003, when I championed moving cargo off-peak. And as you remember, that was unheard of. But we are moving cargo off-peak, but not to the extent we should. More of that cargo should be moving when the rest of the commuters are off the freeway. And Mayor Garcia, I challenge you to join with me and urge our ports to open their gates. All the gates are not open all the time. They should be in relieving that 710 of cargo when the rest of the world is trying to get to work. And we need more on-dock rail. That's what we should all be supporting. And I challenge SCAG to do more on-dock rail. We need that cargo off the ships onto rail and to their final destination. And we should build that. We should build short rail hauls. All that, 50% of that cargo is trucked. And that's what we're talking about at the end of the 710 corridor. It's that cargo. So, while we're going to support this today, I think we should rededicate ourselves to figuring out how that cargo should not be a source of pollution and congestion and asthma and cancer. No, our region should not bear the burden, health risks-wise, for someone in Kansas to get their flat-screen TV sooner. That's not a fair burden for our region, and I think we can do more, and I hope I can count on all of you to work with me so that we someday have electric vehicles moving that cargo, and it's a zero-emissions port. That's what we should aim for. I know Long Beach has that as a goal. Let's all recommit ourselves to that and lessen the impact that freight has on every single city in this region. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Kuehl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was in the legislature in Sacramento, we voted in a slightly different way than the way we do here. We each had 2 buttons on our desk, and one of them for no, it lit up as a red button, and the one for yes lit up as a green button. And one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and I used to train people, on the very basics of speaking and pressing buttons and whatever when they were new. And one of the things we used to say is you get a red button for no and a green button for yes. You don't get a beats the hell out of me button. And we've kind of been stuck in a beats the hell out of me button on this issue for a really long time. And it is understandable because many of us say, well, that's certainly a good argument. That's a good argument too. And I think the good thing about today, among others, is the resolution of this issue for people on one side or another. I mean, as was indicated, there will be disappointment and there will be, joy in Mudville. And that's kind of the way it is when we decide. But I want to praise the chair for really sort of taking leadership in resolving the issue. Difficult as it has been, really, to bring everybody together, to herd cats, as they say, or wrangle all these people. Also, I think the larger vision for LA County that this board represents, we are trying to move toward cleaner transit and transportation, and also sort of less congestion, more people making decisions to essentially ride together in public transit. And I think we're looking at some of the same answers for delivery in order to cut the traffic. I think the job for this board is going to be overseeing these projects, making certain that they keep the vision of attempting to wrangle this traffic in a way that best serves the residents. It's kind of like homelessness in a way. Everybody wants us to solve homelessness. And last year in LA County, we housed 14,000 people. 14,000 people. So we ended homelessness for those 14,000 people. Unfortunately, at the same time, another 20,000 fell into homelessness because of eviction, because of the high rents, because of a number of reasons. And it's kind of the same with traffic, where we're not controlling, essentially, how many cars are going at any one time. But I think this is a really good start. And the measures that we adopt, I think, are the next important thing, because as they always say, the devil's in the details. So thanks to those of you who brought the motion. I'm in support.
Thank you. Director DuPont Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tried to remain silent, but both the ancestors that were mentioned by one speaker as well as future generations compelled me to add my voice to my fellow colleagues on the board about this day. During the committee, I was unable to support the motion that came forward because I didn't understand everything that was in it. Thank you, Chair Fasana, for your leadership and working with the other members of the board to clarify and ensure that all segments of this county are represented. In fact, in the list of motion makers, we see every appointing authority represented. The staff that's worked on this is to be commended for the years of working with this, and the board staff is to be commended for working out the details. And I have no doubt that we don't need to urge continued engagement because it has been continued engagement. But as a board member, I commit to stay woke and to make sure that we come upon a solution that benefits the communities and the people in a way that is deserving. It is my pleasure to strongly support this motion and to commend the makers of the motion.
Thank you, Director DuPont Walker. I know Mayor Garcetti and I were discussing that when Social Security came up, we thought about the Social Security Administration to make up the funding gap. But that having been said, I will speak as someone who long has supported the tunnel. I think there was a very minute number of us up here toward the end that had that position. But I've also recognized that we have not been able to implement immediate relief as this continued on and probably would have continued on and on. I understood the receive and file report, which is part of this as well. To me, it made sense what came out of the report. But at the same time, a theory on paper doesn't accomplish any relief to the affected communities. And I also recognize that, as Director Garcetti said, and with his vote today, within the basin south of the San Gabriels and the Santa Monica Mountains, the highway system we have today is what we will have 100 years from now. We might add a lane here, make some ramp improvements there, and we will also add a lot more people because even with climate change, our weather here is still great. And the economy is still great. So it is one of the challenges we will have as we add many residents, many businesses. We have to live with the same highway system we have. That same highway system that will carry our buses and are keeping those buses moving. If you end up with a 25% delay on buses in traffic, that's 25% less efficiency in our system. So we have a lot of challenges that we need to make and meet. But I think the motion that we've come up with working with other members of the board and certainly listening to members in the communities. I know there are many people I represent that do not support this motion. It gets improvements out there now. Recognizing, again, as an advocate for the tunnel, I can't deny that you're probably looking at congestion on either end of the freeway, which might just spill immediately onto the tunnel as well. I've thought the tunnel is the best approach. I've also come to the realization it is not fundable. If it happened, it would be many, many years away. And these other improvements, by spreading out some of the improvements within the corridor, improving some of the on-ramps and off-ramps, fixing the stubs on the north and the south ends, maybe these can bring about some of the improvements that have been discussed. I really hope that they do improve the situation and counteract some of the increasing traffic, as Director Kuehl noted, that is always out there, even as we make improvements to our system. So I think we have reached a point where a decision needs to be made. I, too, want to thank members of the public for their contributions to this and their long passions and contributions on this project over the years. I think this is a chance where still we need parties to find a way to work together. Some of these improvements will affect adjoining jurisdictions, and I hope we can do better on some of these other projects than we could do with the tunnel of the past. With that, we have 29 before us, which is a receive and file, and the 29.1, which is the amendment. I do note that it does preserve the San Gabriel Valley Measure R funding while bringing other resources that have been dedicated to the tunnel to El Sereno, City of Los Angeles, and East LA. So it does bring improvements to all affected areas. And with that, I don't see the need to divide these items which we receive the staff report and move forward with 29.1. So I will ask for a roll call vote on the combined motion and the receiving file.
Was there a second to your motion?
I think we have a lot of seconds here. And Director Barger is listed as a second, and Director Hahn, or Director Butts. So let's have a roll call.
We have only 6.
We have a for 29.1 or 29? I think that's a relief because we had a lot of participation on this item.
Speak into it or turn it off. It's humming. Okay. Director Hahn. Director Gregorian.
Aye.
Director DuPont Walker. Yes. Director Bonin. Aye. Director Barger. Aye. Director Garcetti. Aye. Director Kuehl. Aye. Director Butts.
Aye.
Director Solis.
Aye.
Yes.
Director Garcia. Aye. Chair Fasano.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you, Director Barger. Thank you, members of the board. Let's continue forward with the agenda. If you wish to celebrate, you can do so outside the doors. Thank you. Let's move next to item. We had some items pulled off consent. Let's come back and pick those up. If you're going to be leaving, please attempt to do so quietly. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to cry. I really appreciate it.
If you're going to continue your discussions, please exit the room. We have other business to conduct today. Okay, what is our next item from the consent calendar in terms of what was pulled? Pardon? You mic up. Okay, let's do item 9. We will need to draw straws on this. Do we need to draw lots? We are now taking up item 9. We'll have carry on your discussions outside the boardroom. I think we were trying that. We got a lot to do. Okay, let's have a staff report for item 9. Have we drawn the lots so we have sufficient voters?
Oh, is this item? Oh, I.
Get out of here. We have to draw straws. Am I conflicted?
I don't have a quorum. I do not have a quorum.
already think we're clowns.
While we're waiting.
The local return, no, the policy advisory council.
Okay. I actually want to do these still, I think. But, well,
Okay,
we'll see.
okay.
Okay, I'm going to ask, do we need to move to another item, or can we do item 9? What's that? Okay, I'll ask board members that are not conflicted to remain for item 9, and we will draw a name for another that is eligible to participate. Do we have the non-conflicted 6 here? We do not? We need Director Garcia, she says. Okay.
We have a 6th unconflicted here. Who?
He's conflicted. So, okay, you drew him? He got drawn? Is that what you're saying?
Draw his name.
This is part of the unique aspect of state law, what we need to do to establish a quorum to resolve conflicts. We have 7 members conflicted, so we're getting this resolved.
Like they say in politics.
We've drawn the name of Director Butts.
Yes.
Director Butts, congratulations. You're in.
I win. I'm a winner, Catherine.
So we have item 9. Let's just have a brief mention of what the item is, and then let's see if there's a motion to approve it.
Good morning. Item 9 requests the board approve a 5-year contract for banking services, including deposit accounts, payment processing, and currency counting for a not-to-exceed amount of $2,328,909. It also seeks authorization for payment of Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation assessment fees up to $320,000 during the 5-year term for a total contract value of $2,648,909.
Is there a motion on 9? So moved. Motion second to approve item 9. I'll ask for roll call.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, other consent items that were pulled, what were they?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 11 was the Rider Relief Transportation Program. Let's do that item. I think Director Bonin requested this be pulled. Director?
Yes, thank you. I had a couple questions on this. I want to thank staff for the work on this. This is a very important program, and I understand that what's proposed here today is actually a significant improvement over the way we do things now. It combines the 2 different programs, merges them into one, integrates with TAP, tries to cut out some of the barriers for folks who use the program. All of that is good. But I still had some questions. One, this is still limited to sort of the narrow subpopulations of students and low-income seniors with disabilities, or is it broader than that?
It's for the whole. It's for the entire riding public. So full fare, college students, seniors, and disabled. It's just we're proposing that we would use the Measure M funds for seniors and students to augment the program, but it's not limited to just them.
So any low-income rider is now eligible?
As they are today,
Okay.
yes, but we would increase the subsidies for everybody.
Okay, all right. And how do the subsidies that you're talking about compare to other cities?
Honestly, I can't tell you that. I didn't look specifically at how we're comparing to other cities because we're basing the subsidies in this program as part of our larger fare structure.
Mhm.
So that was really our foundation, our baseline for what we could start with, and trying to. We'll never be able to provide equitable subsidies between seniors and full fare when their base passes are so disparate, $20 versus $100. So we tried to narrow those gaps a little bit and increase everybody's subsidy relative to Metro's own fare structure and within the budget constraints that we're working with.
My understanding is that New York does like a 50% subsidy, and that Seattle, San Francisco, some other cities are even deeper than that.
Yes, some are as that high on low income, and what we proposed is a balance, knowing that about 70% plus of our ridership is low income, of trying to serve as many as we could within the budget that we had. We'll know with the integration into TAP, we'll have basically a up-to-date, day-by-day status of where we are, its utilization, so that if there were ever capacity in the future to increase the subsidies, but we felt this was a good starting point to use the capacity that's in the current programs to utilize the additional money and serve more riders from where we are today.
Yeah, I feel strongly we need to figure out a way to increase the capacity for the program. I think particularly given the composition of our ridership, it's something that we desperately need to look at. And when we form the new Ridership Experience Committee, it's something that I'll want to focus on. I have a question about how we market and advertise this. And I've asked this question several times back as far back as when we did the fare restructuring a few years ago. And I've never felt very confident that we were doing a robust advertising of this. And this struck me 2 weeks ago because over the past 2 weeks, either on the bus or at a bus stop or at an intersection where a bus is, I have been able to see very big signs on the outside of buses that says assault of a driver is a crime. Now, I'm very glad we're doing that. I'm not taking away from that at all. But I have never, as someone who uses the system, as someone who walks by a bus stop every day, I have never seen an advertisement that stood out at me from the outside of a bus that we have a low income subsidy program. So what are we doing to actually market this and let people know it exists?
Well, first and foremost is we're trying very hard to come up with a new program name, something new, something exciting, something that attracts interest, because we haven't largely evolved that look and feel of the program for quite some time, and that's what we're working on as we speak.
Discount fares sells itself pretty well, I think.
Yes. Okay, discount fares. And another critical component of this is that we will be putting out an RFP for new third-party administrators, which are our staff complements for the ones who need to get out into the communities and to go to our schools, go to our senior centers. And right now we have 4. That mission has been lost over the years, partially because of the age of the programs. So that is another big component that we'll be looking to do with bringing on the new administrators and making sure that outreach is a significant part of their task as well.
We'll also work with our marketing department, and we'll work on a marketing outreach plan, and we'll do a better job on the program. We agree. That is one lessons learned, and that'll be incorporated in the new program.
And let me add to that, Director Bonin. The end of this month, our communications team is working to put out, new ads, new placards on buses we'll include the discount program to that. And we had been planning to take many of the things down that we have up there now. So we're switching it out the end of May and the first 2 weeks in June. And so we'll add that.
That'd be good to see. And, that may give us far more of a demand than we have the current capacity to address. But, at the City of LA, we know that we don't have, I'm sure the county does too, that we don't have enough Section 8 vouchers for people who need housing, but we know how long the list is. And I'd like the demand that we have a sense of to be accurate so we can try to meet the needs. I think there's some things we can look at, like maybe we spend less money on fare evasion and more on subsidies to give people less reason to try to avoid the fares.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the item? Oh, wait, we've got Director DuPont Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Bonin, for bringing this for discussion. In committee, we had a very strong and robust conversation with board and staff, and just wanted to assure the rest of the board that we did talk about new technology and how exciting it is to have the new technology, as well as marketing to the greatest extent to expand aggressively ridership participation, as well as to attract new riders because it was available to research best practices not only in this region but across the country, which would include deeper discounting to maintain a viable system, understanding that Metro has to be viable, alive, and well. And finally, to develop a long-range plan and approach to doing what we would like to do and is most desirable if we're not capable of doing it now. So that was a part of the discussion that the committee had with staff that has done an excellent job of bringing forward some very exciting changes.
Thank you. Director Garcetti.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilman Urbana, for calling this special as well. We had a very nice discussion as well about this in EMC committee, and I think that we all feel that it was too complicated, too difficult, and too high, the program. So this is a good start because it's simpler and it's lower, and we went through all of this. It can also, when we reduce those fares, lead to fewer fare evasions, less criminalization of fare evasion. This ties into a lot of things I know that have been a priority for us as a board. And moving forward now with Measure M, it's good to see that Measure M stuff, which we promised would also result in keeping fares down, is already being implemented. It's probably the first thing actually people will see of Measure M before we do capital projects. And at a time when, for a whole host of reasons, things are going up and down, but bus ridership has gone down, together with having some security presence on buses, together with the Ridership Experience Committee that will constitute on July 1st, that Mr. Bonin will chair. I think we have, what I said in committee is just, we've got to speak plain English. It's like, mine was like lower fares now, like exclamation point. People will sign up and not have it be so complicated. We've had a marvelous network of folks who get it out through a marvelous network of CBOs, but a lot of people are not, especially the working poor, are not plugged into any organization. It's their social isolation that defines why their poverty persists. And if we don't have, they might not know about that organization or that church or whomever yet. So we have to figure out a way also to do the mass marketing because they're on the bus. We got to figure out a way for in multiple languages too. It will be crystal clear, easy to do, and people will result in more money in their pockets. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Hahn.
Thank you. On the county board this past Tuesday, we created a new unit within the county to find more folks who are eligible for food stamps, CalFresh, because it was kind of a similar issue. There were a lot of people who were eligible but had not been reached, did not know about it, and we felt that was something we were going to actually spend some resources on. May I suggest that in some way Metro kind of partners with us in that reaching that group of people in LA County? I think that would be I think that would be a good place for Metro to partner with us on. Again, we're putting a whole new effort in reaching people who don't yet know that they're eligible to get help. A lot of folks are struggling in LA County, and lower bus fares would certainly help. So I think it's the same population we're going after, and why don't we work together on that?
Thank you. So we have the item before us. Let's see if there's a motion. Motion and second to approve the item. Look forward to seeing improved marketing activity for this. Are there any objections? The item's approved. Let's move back to the non-consent calendar. We have some items we need to handle, and maybe we can handle these jointly. Items 27 and 39, 27 being the Policy Advisory Council update on the draft Measure M master guidelines, and 39 being the Measure M local return allocation alternatives. So let's have the report on these items.
Hello, Mr. Chair. I'd like to introduce interim officers with the Policy Advisory Council, Jessica Meany and Roderick Diaz. Cecilia Estelano was with us, had lasted through all of the morning's events, but she had to have another engagement met, so unfortunately is not here. But I will turn it over to Jessica and Roderick.
Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Jessica Meany from Investing in Place and pleased to serve on the Policy Advisory Council. Really commend Metro and your leadership for creating this in the first place. As a bus rider and an advocate, sitting in the same room with councils of governments and municipal operators and other providers to talk about the implementation of Measure M is an extraordinary opportunity to really ensure the success of its implementation. Since it started, we've had 2 committee meetings. There are 27 committee members, all with an alternate, and we've had great turnout. Throughout the meetings, we had our first meeting on April 5th. Everyone was really eager to get to work on the Measure M draft guidelines to provide input. And over the month of April, we convened a conference call to bring everyone together, created a Survey Monkey where people could, from the committee, could add in their concerns and ideas regarding the draft guidelines, in which we received over 86 comments. Roderick's going to walk you through some of the key comments that we have consensus and maybe not so much consensus on. But at our second meeting early in May, we actually broke out into key groups throughout the building here at Metro, and really people dug in deep from all the different perspectives, from the consumers, from the jurisdictions, and from the providers. And so, Roderick, do you want to?
My name is Roderick Diaz. I'm with Southern California Regional Rail Authority, representing the providers on the committee. And just to summarize, we came to, I'll focus on those topics which we came to quick consensus on. On the topic of 3% local contribution for local transit, there's general consensus of seeking flexibility of that program, application on both a jurisdictional level and on a corridor level, and looking at using staff time offered by local cities and development contributions for the 3% for local contribution. On the topic of ADA, paratransit, transit for elder adults and students, generally there was not consensus about specific provisions with the program, but in general there's a yearning and a need for comprehensive coordination and initial planning to determine projects and programs moving forward. On the topic of local return, importantly as it relates to the next item you will deal with, there is consensus of non-support for the minimum amount of $100,000 for local jurisdictions. So throughout the committee, there is no support for that provision. On other ideas related to local return, there's just a general request for greater clarity on transit-oriented communities and an expansion of the subsidized taxi subsidies to include similar services.
That's a clarification question, Mr. Chair. Did you look at any other alternative proposals? I know there's a bunch that probably post-dated when you considered it, but like daytime traffic versus nighttime traffic?
Yes, that was actually a topic that we did not reach consensus about. There were ideas related to daytime population versus evening population. There's a mix of opinion, and so there was no consensus related to that idea.
Thank you.
On the topic of shovel readiness, project readiness, and program eligibility, generally there's a request for more consistent definition of what project readiness means throughout the guidelines, a desire for the bus rapid transit program to be expanded to other operators other than Metro, and a desire that mobility matrices not constrain the list of projects that can be incorporated. And then on the final topic of multi-year sub-regional programs, There was a general yearning for subregions to be more engaged and for plans that are multi-year plans that are developed by subregions to guide the funding and guide the allocation of program funds. And that the guidelines should lay out a process for COGS, local jurisdictions, to clearly articulate what their role is and what Metro's role is. Moving forward, we do anticipate that we will address other topics that we were not able to come to consensus upon, that topic of population being one concern, the topic of the allocation of the paratransit funds, allocation of some other programs and provisions for eligibility of other programs, flexibility on the regional rail expansion in 2039 and such. So I'll leave it with Jessica to talk about our remaining next steps immediately.
Just our remaining next steps is really we're looking to how to continue our conversations to inform the finalization of the master guidelines on Measure M. We're looking forward to that conversation in June. And also this committee is looking forward to kind of mapping out our work plan over the next year or two as we work to support a strong long-range transportation plan.
Well, thank you. We appreciate the report. Actually, before we move into 39, which is actually a separate item, are there questions on 27? Please proceed, Director DuPont Walker.
Mine is probably to staff. Is it possible for us to have a list of the persons who have stepped forward to serve?
Absolutely. I think we had distributed that, but we will redistribute it and make sure that you're up to speed on that. Thank you.
Director Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks obviously to the staff for all the hard work on this issue. I know this is going to be, I don't want to say a fight, but it's going to be a discussion probably when we get to June with the final implementation of Measure M guidelines. I do disagree with the findings that came from this group. That there should be no floor in local return for cities in the county. I think using just resident population can be short-sighted and does not provide significant funding to our smaller cities to continue to invest in their local infrastructure and transit needs. According to the data received by LA County's Public Works Department, a city needs more than $200,000 to repave 1 mile long of a street. And without having a higher local return floor, which is, in my view, a good way to fund some of our cities, some of these cities will continue to be in a place where they will not receive enough funds to address their basic infrastructure needs. You know, under Prop A, the local return was 25%. Prop C was 20%. Measure R, it was reduced to 15%. So it is nice that we're back up to 17% with Measure M. But I think a more fair and reasonable approach would be to set a minimum floor. I would really like to see it be $300,000. And setting a minimum floor at $300,000 can help so many more cities have their boats rise together. Cities like Commerce, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Vernon, Agoura Hills, Hidden Hills, Malibu, Westlake Village, many other cities would really get the local funding that they need for their own projects. In my district, it would be cities like Hawaiian Gardens, Avalon, La Habra Heights, Signal Hill, Artesia, El Segundo, La Habra Heights, Lomita, Paramount. And I don't think this is about winners and losers, right? This is a new source of funding that LA County residents voted on. We are all winners with voters agreeing to pass Measure M. But I would hope that we would look at a little different way to spread this funding out. Particularly, a lot of these cities won't see the benefit some of our major projects that Measure M will help to build. Again, I look forward to working. I've already had discussions with many of you, Mayor Garcetti. I know we're going to be in discussions on how we might come to a little bit better resolution so that cities' local needs could be addressed through a higher return of these Measure M dollars. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I do want to note, too, that particularly with Measure A, the highway, or not the highway, but the local return was more restricted to transit. I think Metro had more of the highway responsibility. So I think there's been a shifting in terms of the responsibilities as the percentages have evolved as well. But Director Garcia.
Just a question, actually. We have yet to do the status report on 39, correct? Or you did?
I was going to separate them. I think they're.
So
but maybe you want to hold to 39?
Yeah, I'll hold to. I'll do my comments after 39. Thanks.
Okay. Is there a motion to receive and file 27?
Could I?
Yes, Director Kuehl.
I'm sorry. Since my esteemed colleague on the Board of Supervisors raised some of these issues, I think it's only fair to say that there are some points that you raised with which I don't agree. And as we discuss this next month, I think we'll see more fully kind of if we want to create sort of winners and losers, and also to really identify what we said to people as we went out with Measure M, how we talked about how money would be allocated. There was a lot of discussion with cities, and I want to make certain that I fully understand sort of what we said, what they expected. And I understand this is not up for a vote today, but I thought since you raised it, it's only fair to say, and I think publicly, that we're going to all be, I think, looking at these various issues. I appreciate some of the folks have indicated, if a lot of people come into the city during the day, they would rather have it be a daytime count than a nighttime count. On the other hand, when we were out talking about how the measure's money would be allocated, it really was, residents of each city. So I think we're going to want to talk about each of those things, and not just you and me, of course, even though we do sit together on the board. So thank you very much for that, but just wanted to say I may have some other ideas.
Well, thank you, and I think more of this will come up under item 39, but is there a motion and second on 27 to receive and file?
Move it.
Okay, I think we have more than sufficient activity here. Is there any additional discussion or objections? Motion's approved. 39. Let's do 39. We thank you for your leadership in bringing this forward to us for the Advisory Council. Welcome.
Good morning.
You gave us plenty of choices, I'll just say that.
Double the number of choices.
Motion to double the choices. Yeah. Please proceed.
Item 39 is a receive and file item. It's responding to a board motion on the Measure M local return. The board asked us to address each of the following items. And we basically evaluated several different allocation methodologies. We evaluated the reliability of the data sources used for each of these methods. Attachment B of the board report provides a summary of these alternatives. Attachment C provides you the details of how each of the cities and jurisdictions pan out under each of the alternatives, and that's also subdivided by subregion. In addition, we identified other eligible funding sources, one of which is SB1 and the possibility of using Measure M multi-year subregional funds to help the smaller cities. And then Attachment D provides you a list of the funding sources available for streets and roads, which is estimated at $1.2 billion annually from a variety of funding sources. Finally, we provided other options that are available for the cities to assist them in their transportation funding projects. The next couple of slides goes over the different scenarios we modeled. There were 20 different alternatives. The first column identifies the scenario, and in the following columns you have the pros and cons of those scenarios, stating the reliability and the validity of the data source being used. Scenario 1 is population-based, with establishing a minimum or a floor. We ran a range of minimums from 50,000 to 400,000 minimums. So at minimum, a city would receive a certain amount to be funded proportionately by all jurisdictions. Scenario 2 uses population with staggered minimums. So based on your current level of funding, a city is guaranteed a certain amount at certain tiers. This overall minimizes the impact to donor cities and offers proportionate levels of increases to the benefiting cities. Scenario 3 uses population and establishes a minimum that is funded by the subregion. So the funding stays within that subregion and is reallocated into that subregion, and it only impacts those subregions that require minimums. Scenario 4 uses daytime population, and it's based on American Community Survey data that is published every 5 years, but it doesn't have data for 5 cities. Scenario 5 uses employment data, which is released every 2 years, and it may be up to 3 years old. It combines EDD data and modeled SCAG data to get to jurisdictional levels. Under this scenario, unincorporated areas are greatly impacted using this method. Scenario 6, return to source, or it's based on sales tax generated, which is not in compliance with the ordinance which states population. Scenario 7 is a combination of population and employment, and Scenario 8 is a combination of population, employment, and sales tax generated. Overall, use of data other than resident population results in small jurisdictions benefiting, but their subregions as a whole receiving less funding. The board motion also asked that we identify other eligible funding sources to supplement Measure M local return. Two new potential funding sources to assist the small cities is the SB1 with preliminary estimates at $263 million annually. And the second one is the Measure M multi-year subregional funds, where subregions can assist their cities. Now, in addition to these other funding sources, there are borrowing and financing mechanisms available. So cities can borrow against their local return funds. They can borrow directly from Metro. Jurisdictions can issue their debt directly. Metro can issue debt on behalf of the jurisdictions, and then jurisdictions can also pool their resources and have Metro issue debt, which we're calling Community Infrastructure Partnership Program. The next slide, you already received the feedback from the PAC, so we're going to take that feedback as well as any additional feedback under consideration before we come forward with a final recommendation next month.
Okay, we appreciate that. And just a quick comment, does population need to be human?
Yes, all our data sources.
Okay, bears, dogs, raccoons, why not? Director Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to obviously appreciate all the work that staff has done on this issue, and I'm aware, obviously, of the different concerns around the issue. I want to just start off by saying that I support Supervisor Hahn. I do believe that the smaller cities do deserve more support, and I just go back to the simple fact that some of these smaller cities across the region are receiving $50,000, $60,000 of local return annually, and it is barely enough to do a curb cut in these communities. And so I think for me, I'm moved by what else can we do to support some of these smaller communities. I would also just add that, and I'll just use the Gateway COG as an example, and I know this is relevant, I'm sure, to all the other COGs. In the Gateway COG, to actually help the cities that Supervisor Hahn mentioned, Artesia, Avalon, Commerce, Hawaiian Gardens, La Habra Heights, Santa Fe Spring, all these other cities, the actual amount to help them annually is actually not very much. And so whether it's a $100,000 floor, which would be an annual total cost of about $150,000, or whether it's $300,000, like the supervisor was talking, which would be an annual cost of about $1 million, this is a significant amount of help for these cities, and I don't believe, a significant cost in the grander scheme of what we're actually paying out. This is just the Gateway COG that I'm discussing. I also think that, and I hope that when we discuss this over the next month or so, that we're also creative about the timing. I mean, it could be, for example, that this bump is received over for the first 5 years. And then we can have a discussion after those first 5 years about what happens beyond those 5 years. And if that was the case, now we're talking in the supervisor's scenario of about $5 million over 5 years to help in the Gateway COG area about 7 or 8 additional small cities. So I just say that because I think that the cost is actually tiny in the grand scheme of being able to help out the small cities. And so I'm also interested in other ways of support. And I wanted to ask staff just a question, because I'm still trying to get my terminology correct. Our sub-regional funds, I'm assuming, are different than sub-regional equity funds. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so I know that we looked at sub-regional funds as an option for this, which I think is great. But I'm also assuming that sub-regional equity funds could also be used as a possibility, at least to explore if regions wanted to give their smaller cities additional dollars. Is that something that we've looked at?
We haven't looked at that yet. But good, right?
I think the subregions have full discretion in terms of making recommendations back to Metro on how they want to use those subregional equity funds.
Right, but I do believe that the Metro Board, I think, has to actually adopt. Isn't the board going to adopt what we can or can't use the subregional equity funds for? Or maybe I'm incorrect. I don't know.
I think, and I'll let the CEO follow up on this, but I think maximum discretion is there. I mean, at some point, depending on whether it would affect other matching funds, then maybe the board would need to approve. I think there's a lot of latitude intended for the local regions to come up with sub-regional projects and then to bring them to the Metro Board.
Okay.
And actually, that would be, with a recommendation of that type, I think, I can't imagine why I or other directors would oppose that.
Okay. And so I just as we have this conversation over the next month or so, I'm still very supportive of ensuring that our smaller communities receive more support. And I think that obviously I would vote for the $100,000 recommendation that's on the table, but I would also support a higher amount, whether it's $200,000 or $300,000 as well. But again, I understand the concerns that some of the other board members have brought up about the conversation, and hopefully there are other options and other opportunities of maybe having some synergy with the sub-regional equity funds. Maybe it's a match. I don't know. But I'm just hoping we can be creative in the next month to come up with something to help the smaller cities out. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Kuehl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the smaller cities always deserve some help, but sometimes we have to think, about communities, for instance, in the unincorporated areas. Most of the most needy areas are in some of the unincorporated areas, and where you move money sort of individually to this city and this city and this city, it essentially comes from the county and also from the city of L.A., who probably could speak for themselves. And Long Beach, not as much, though, but I do understand. And I think it's very generous of you and good to think about others, as we do, too. I have, several cities in my district, as many do. But I think it's important to think about the unincorporated areas as well, and what, analytically, what that would mean to them, because we're sort of the only voices for them.
Well, some of them may
here.
still have representation on this board, but...
Yes, that's true. May still. Yes, we'll talk about that bill later.
I think we dealt with that on consent already, but okay. Director Krikorian. Was it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And members, I'm sensitive to the fact that a little bit of money doesn't produce a lot of results for some of the smaller cities, and that maybe some floor may be appropriate for that. But I do think that it's really important, as Director Kuehl just pointed out, this is a zero-sum game. And when the voters voted for Measure M and they anticipated local return coming back to their communities, they all expected that local return would come back in a fair and equitable way. And the larger the floor we set for the cities, the less equitable is the distribution of local return funds. It's just as simple as that, because the city of Los Angeles and the unincorporated parts of Los Angeles County will be subsidizing other cities. We will get less per person than other cities were. And I don't know how we rationalize that there's fairness to that when we go back to the voters and say that the voters in my district, with their sales tax dollars, are getting less for their return than the voters in the city of San Fernando are. So I just think we need to be mindful when we talk about that. It's not okay to me to say, well, the city of Los Angeles is so big, it won't even notice the difference. Yes, my constituents will notice the difference when our infrastructure investment deficit is not being met by the very dollars that they voted to approve when they voted for Measure M. So I'm not okay with the concept of saying, well, it's not that much money for big cities. It is. It's a big investment that my constituents will not be realizing. And in terms of the alternatives for other ways to look at this, I'm interested in the sub-regional minimums in one respect because my city council district is the third biggest city in the county of Los Angeles, after Los Angeles and Long Beach. So ensuring that we have a fair distribution within the city and within the county is very important, I think. But I would point out that Mr. Bonin and I have been working very aggressively to ensure that there are system-wide benefits within the city as well. So in terms of investment in pedestrian and bicyclist safety and other things that aren't necessarily measured by a population distribution. And the other suggestion that I would have if we are going to look at this is that population alone may not be the only determining factor. Street miles, for example, would be, if we're going to look at sub-regional distribution, you look at the city of the San Fernando Valley, for example, which has, an enormous part of the geography of the city of Los Angeles and an enormous percentage of the street miles. There may be a different result that you would have if you looked at that. The needs of street repair and sidewalk repair and the other local transit on dash lines and all those other things, the San Fernando Valley would likely be left in a less favorable position if you just measured by population as opposed to street miles. So another factor to take into account. And although the Chairman Fasana was joking about human population, I think that is something that we need to focus on when you look at cities like Vernon, for example, which have essentially no human population, and they are company towns owned essentially by private industry. So having my constituents subsidize repairs for trucks in Vernon and being deprived of the ability to ensure safety of kids going to school in my district is not okay. And so I highlight that. I know that we're going to look at further options and consider this further, but I just wanted to air some of my concerns so that as we do continue this discussion, some of those ideas are addressed as well.
Can I respond to that track miles? So according to the ordinance, the track miles wouldn't be, the street miles wouldn't be possible, as that is not in accordance with the ordinance, which says population.
So that would be certainly true with regard to local return to cities, but when it comes to sub-regional distribution, it seems to me we could measure it whatever way we choose to measure it.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Straight out of Mar Vista, Mr. Bonin is next.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for mentioning Mar Vista, because, I very much appreciated Supervisor Kuehl's comments about the unincorporated counties, which I hadn't thought about in this context. I was thinking about it in a similar one, though, is that, my constituents don't think of me as representing Los Angeles. They think of me as representing Mar Vista or Westchester or Del Rey. And all of those communities deserve as much consideration as the smaller cities, because they are all, in their own imaginations and in the community neighborhood sense, their own communities. So I'm very sensitive to what Mr. Krikorian said about the city of Los Angeles effectively subsidizing some of those smaller cities. And so I'm very reluctant to do a floor for the smaller cities, because it is, as Mr. Krikorian said, a zero-sum game. It's interesting. There's so many different ways to slice up this pie. Whether we do it by daytime population, nighttime population, employment, street miles. Personally, I think the best metric would be how many LAX passengers pass through your district. That would work for me.
next, I'd like to call on myself, and then Supervisor Hahn. So I thought we'd do most of this discussion in June, but it's good to actually do it now. There's a lot of, I think I can say with the chairman, I probably crisscrossed the county and had as many conversations as anybody during Measure M. I'm familiar with what we said it was going to be about, and also the measure itself legally. And there's a whole bunch of kind of what is fair is kind of what everybody's asking. And there is a way to get you more money and to be the fairest no matter what your perspective is. Because you can say it's we could talk about the source of the tax, which is illegal under the way it's written, but it got calculated here anyway, just to, and then it's the sales tax, is it where it's spent? So we have people going to Culver City who are LA City residents because the Costco's there. So is that Culver City's gain? They're like, hey, it's all here. Or is it LA City? Is it where it's spent? Car dealers, I know, similar things. Or is it who spends it? To your point, trucks don't vote, but trucks actually do pay, or their companies do pay sales tax. A bunch of the sales tax is being paid by business. So can they in a Vernon or someplace say, hey, look, actually 30% of this sales tax is paid for by businesses. This is a big business center. You want to keep that business going. I mean, there's logical arguments across the board. Lane miles, need, people who sleep there, people who are there during the day, people who just commute through. They don't either sleep here, nor do they work here, but my gosh, this is the big pass-through area. Give us some help. So what we said when we were out there campaigning was a couple things. One, as the chair mentioned, some of this may be best resolved at the sub-regional level. Here's your chunk, fight it out with each other. Because there are certain whipping boys that come up quickly. The county unincorporated area, the city, even the chart here says City of LA impact, as if there's not a similar percentage impact on all the rest of the cities. This is just the one that's calculated, maybe because there's 4 votes here, or maybe because we're the biggest. But that threshold of just 10,000 less in Glendale may be the difference between whether they can do 2 projects that year or 1. To my constituents, I think we showed some flexibility because there are places that I had sympathy with, like in El Segundo, that has 90,000 people or whatever during the day and 15,000 at night. If it's just the 15,000 measure, not getting a lot. But how we resolve that without it starting to take away from, it seems like it won't be felt in a big city, but it will be felt by that neighborhood that was 25th, and we can only do 24. And they say, okay, which is actually a poorer city for what it's worth than the average city in the county. So I think we can, I'm not against doing some adjustment on this, but I think it has to be a limited one. Cities by themselves are kind of artificial entities, so they're not like human beings. Just because one is smaller, there's no certain threshold. But we also talked a lot about encouraging in subregions. When you have 3 or 4 cities whose traffic is essentially the same, you have to put these things together. You can either spend them on very small things, or you can also spend them in the sub-region, and it encourages people. We will do that. We've done that with Glendale, for instance. I remember on the train tracks, in the crossing in Atwater Village in Glendale, that was a little bit of both of our money because it impacted both of us. So I think as we look at this, I want to continue, because I had a lot of conversations with a lot of city leaders in a lot of places, that there was some openness to look at this. I think Mr. Fasana did too. But the 2 solutions would either be some small adjustment based, I think, on a combination probably of not source, but daytime and nighttime, which I feel a little bit more comfortable than just some kind of bare minimum, or push a bunch into the sub-region and say, sub-region, you can make your decisions with each other, because as we saw in Measure M, I'm kind of sick of the City of LA being the one, just take it from them.
Director Hahn.
Thank you. Well, we weren't supposed to have this discussion today. We were going to have it between now and June. Everything's been said, but it hasn't been said by everyone. So I will just, again, I can feel the mood in the room, and I'm not feeling like there's going to be a lot of support for my push for a floor of 300,000, even though so many more boats will rise with that versus, honestly, what I consider to be a small amount that may be lost. I mean, even in unincorporated, I believe with the $300,000 floor, I think it's only 300,000 for the whole county in unincorporated that we would lose. And with 300,000 floor, I think City of LA, I know it's a lot for the budget chair, but it's like 1.5 million. I mean, when you look at all the money, and I'm an Angelino, so you know I benefit as well. But from all the local return money coming to Los Angeles plus the SB1 funds, I mean, it's about 104 million a year. So, you know, 1.5 doesn't seem like a lot. And what it would benefit all these other cities, and Lord knows, we have so many infrastructure problems throughout the country. We have so many failing bridges, so many infrastructure issues in all of our cities that really need to be addressed, which they will not be able to address with $100,000 in local return. A lot of these cities, I will say, are not going to benefit from some of our major projects. And I campaigned on this too. You know, you guys weren't the only ones campaigning for Measure M. I was too. To some people thought it was a detriment in my campaign, but I did talk to a lot of the cities, and one of the things they were hoping for was, you know, once this passed, that we would look at a way to give them a little more money. Let me just give you Hawaiian Gardens, for instance, has a resident population of 14,500, but has over 3 million square feet of roadways. So that's, you know.
We redistribute the casino winnings equitably.
I'm just saying. I hope we will have an honest discussion as we move forward on what we can and cannot do, and see if there might be a way to lift a few more boats with local return dollars. I think our cities would appreciate it. And by the way, everybody impacts everybody else. And projects in one area do benefit folks that travel throughout the county of Los Angeles. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Bonin.
Just to muck this up just a little bit more. And I should note, my staff advised me not to say this. About the subregions, I want to raise one point, because there's the decisions there get made by the COGS. There's an element of that is drastically undemocratic and unrepresentative. In one of the COGS I'm in, I represent more people than all of the other cities in those COGS combined. And I have as much of a vote, no more, no less, than the city of 35,000 people. And that results in decisions that do not necessarily benefit most people who live in that subregion. And that's problematic and something we need to think about as we're going through this.
Thank you. I don't think I can miss the opportunity to speak to this, but I do want to point out, you have very small cities with vastly different characteristics in terms of one would consider them based on the types of needs they may have. So I do think the threshold doesn't quite hit the mark, particularly with the smaller cities. I also want to point out that since we started having this discussion, the SB1 did pass at the state level, which does bring in a vital infusion of resources to our local communities as well to help with some of these needs. And it may be beneficial for us to continue to support on the partnerships that we have, leveraging with the state and hopefully the continuing partnership with the federal government than to divide what now has been determined to be a zero-sum game. I think there have been some great suggestions on sub-regional equity funds. Maybe the subregion's looking into this, but I think we need to focus on the fact that we all have more resources today than we did even a month ago. So I'll stop there. To receive and file, there are no others that wish to extend this further. Is our motion to receive and file the item? Motion second to receive and file? Oh, we have comment. That's right. I apologize. We have at least Shane Phillips with Central City Association, followed by Hank Trimble with Hawaiian Gardens. Please come forward.
Bring the money. Show us the money.
Are they still here? Again, Shane Phillips and Hank Trimble.
Hank, you go first.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Hank Trimble, Mayor of the City of Hawaiian Gardens, and I'm here in support of the amendment of Measure M guidelines related to local return allegations. We are a very small city, but we're one of the densest cities in LA County. And these funds are very much needed for our city's infrastructure and transportation needs. I want to thank Janice Hahn for bringing this up. I want to thank the Metro Board for hearing and considering the voice of our small city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's your allocation right now with no adjustment? Do you know what it is?
100 and...
What's the allocation without it?
Staff may know. They may have.
In Hawaiian Gardens? Okay. 195. Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Shane Phillips here? Okay, we have the item before us. Is there a motion to receive and file? We did it? Second? Objections? Items received and filed. Let's see where we are on our agenda. And we got a few more items. Let's see. How about item 14, Program Management Support Services? I've got a few others to get on consent as well. Yeah. Okay, is Mayor Butts here, or did he have to leave? Okay, 14 needs to be carried over then. Next month. It's part of the conflict laws that we have. For those that are not conflicted, become absolutely essential to move items. Okay, let me ask at this point, let's finish the non-consent items. Or, excuse me, the consent items. What is the next one that we have? 24. Let's do item 24. And I think 24 was the state legislation, the staff recommended positions. Director Huell, if you pulled this, do you want to just get straight to your question?
Only on the Mendoza bill that affects us, I believe there's an update. That's all. I think we should all hear it.
Mr. Turner, the update.
Mr. Chairman and members, the update is that SB 268 was a little while ago approved by the Senate Appropriations Committee with amendments. We are working to get a copy of those amendments. We understand the amendments would correct the current version of the bill to conform with the board structure that the senator has identified in his fact sheet. That board composition would consist of 7 members from the corridor cities, 6 members from the city of Los Angeles. It would be 5 council members. And the mayor, the 5 council members, would have to be chosen from clusters of 3 contiguous council districts, and then 2 members of the Board of Supervisors. One of the members of the Board of Supervisors would represent the district that has the largest number of people living in the unincorporated areas. So that is the structure that is identified in the fact sheet. We anticipate that the amendments would clarify the bill language to identify that structure, and then the bill could be heard on the floor of the Senate potentially as early as next week.
Okay, so the updated count, which yesterday, the updated count will be 7 members for the 87 cities, 6 members for the city of Los Angeles, 2 members from the County Board of Supervisors representing the unincorporated. The governor's appointee seat held by Director Bowen, and the county auditor is an
ex officio.
Ex officio.
Before I take a position, can you tell me which 2 supervisors it is by name? I'm just kidding.
Well, I think the reason I asked to speak, there was a proscription about both of the supervisor seats. Was that removed?
The only thing we have in print right now is the bill that says that one of the 2 supervisorial seats would be allocated to the district that has the largest number of people living in the unincorporated areas. We have heard, but we have not seen anything in print, that there could be an amendment that guarantees the other seat to the district that has the largest geographic area. Part of the problem we're having here is we're shooting at a moving target, number one, and we don't know what the amendments are. It's quite possible that both of those conditions could be met by one district. That would be District 5. But until we have a piece of paper in front of us with that language, we wouldn't know. I would note that the presumption that is identified in the senator's fact sheet leading to this structure related to the Board of Supervisors is that the Board of Supervisors are identified in the senator's fact sheet to represent only 10% of the population, which is the percent of the population that lives in the unincorporated areas. And we've noted on numerous occasions, including at committee when the bill is being considered, that the supervisors are in fact elected by and represent 100% of the people in their district, including the cities, the smaller quarter cities within those districts. So,
I also wanted to point out to my colleague, City Council Member Krikorian, that if this bill were to pass, the San Fernando Valley would have no representation on this board, except for yourself, of course.
That's a bad thing.
Let us say less representation.
Mr. Chair, can I just chime in? Oh, sorry. Sorry. I didn't hit my button.
Thanks. I wanted staff probably already knows, but the Board of Supervisors to know that the Los Angeles City Council earlier this week voted to take a position of opposition to this bill. You just don't think it is a good piece of legislation at all. To maintain that the supervisors only represent 10% of the county is nuts. That's an alternative fact sheet. It's not a fact sheet. This is just a bad piece of legislation. And the current structure, one was, as we've argued in Sacramento, developed from the bottom up, grassroots. The current structure makes sense. You've got the city and the other cities in the county, which are roughly equal, representing the same number of representatives, and then the county, which has the regional perspective, which is sorely needed in a regional transportation agency on top of that, and it makes complete sense. Also, I think one of the most compelling arguments we can make is that there arguably is not a more successful transportation agency in the country right now than this one. We have funding to do stuff. We're delivering on projects. Why the hell would you mess with it? So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having traveled with you to Sacramento to witness this bill being heard before appropriations, I think it's very clear that we must keep faith with the voters of Measure M as well as the people who look to this board for equitable representation. While I still have an opportunity to speak, let me point out in your summary that it eliminates all public members from this board. And I think that's something that we should protect.
We have noted that. In fact, I want to recognize Director DuPont Walker for being in Sacramento on Monday and speaking to that issue.
Thank you, Director Solis.
I just have a question for our representative here. So again, could you reiterate the county seat, that the area that has the most population, is it 5 or 2 or 1?
We understand it from the county's data to be 5. I previously thought it was your district, but we understand it to be 5.
So you are going to then eliminate East Los Angeles, Bassett, Valinda, a very low income, very much underrepresented. We heard a slew of people today talking about how they had been disadvantaged in other projects. And I equally represent some cities as well. City of LA and 7 of the southeast cities. So I guess that doesn't rate. But my message is this is a wrong plan and a wrong problem to have right now, when I think we are trying to really mitigate and do so much to balance out our funding and our planning for the entire region, particularly underrepresented people. So I stand strongly in opposition to this measure and do whatever we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to note I was actually up in Sacramento as well, and you know the idea of having District 1 and District 5 would kind of be okay for the San Gabriel Valley, I think, but the bill, as poorly designed as it is, and the fact that it would totally disenfranchise some in unincorporated communities from having any representation on a board that's collecting 2% on the sales of goods is just amazing to me. That all having been said, a lot of people in Los Angeles County in the Senate did not have much to say about this. They were being very tight-lipped on it. Other members throughout the state are kind of looking to Los Angeles County for direction. So, and then I was on a call with the League of Cities LA division last night, and they supported the bill on a 5-2 vote. So I think, I just need to say that there are some that still feel very alienated from the process that took place, and predominantly gateway cities, I would suspect, is where a lot of this is coming from. I only say this because this bill is absolutely preposterous. It's much worse than what we have today. I mean, I will say that I think there are ways you could tweak the representation. There are ways it could be approved. This is totally the wrong way to go about it. And to come up with something that you completely disenfranchise members of communities, regardless of which of the districts or which of the supervisorial districts are in, is just plain wrong. And it'll be interesting, but I think, I'd actually hope that we could have this grounds up process, but I'm a little concerned. And I had actually intended to appoint a committee at the start of this year, but then Supervisor Mendoza kind of jumped it by creating his own. Senator Mendoza. Okay, maybe I'm thinking ahead to his other bill. I'm thinking of the constitutional amendment.
Supervisor wannabe.
Yeah. Well, he kind of jumped it, while we were still out there addressing Major M, he jumped the process, and I couldn't see the point of attending simultaneous meetings, so I held back on the grounds up process, but I am concerned now that given the depth of feeling by some members of some of the cities, and I'm not quite sure how we address that, but also in terms of what's going on in the Senate. Maybe we'll have some better success should this get over to the Assembly, but I'm not getting the sense that Senate leadership is weighing in on this at this point. So I just want to indicate that as crazy as this bill is, the fact that the amendments adding the seats back into the league because of his error still aren't even in the bill, and the League of Cities still support this, that there are some issues. So I'll stop there. In fact, I think the city court reps, when I was on the phone, couldn't believe that 3 of the 4 of us have strong opposition to this bill. So Director Najarian, I think, ruined things for you there as well. But Director Garcetti, followed by Director Barger, followed by Director Najarian.
Look, when the supervisors were all in Washington, despite how smooth that meeting went, I opposed this bill. And this is wrong on so many different levels. This is wrong on a moment when, all joking aside, just speaking from the city of LA and some combination of the county usually war here. And we just don't. We actually like each other, we get along, we track with one another, and we are accomplishing big things. And it's not just in here, to create this kind of, look, there should be the incentive. We by one measure, are underrepresented in the city of LA, 40% of the population and not 40% of the seats. Others make the arguments, well, they count every supervisor, even the ones right across the street from LA, as being in the pocket of LA. And look, I admire that supervisors actually balance all of their cities and the unincorporated areas, which they are the mayors of, and that's really, really important. And so even though I think the bait was out there for the city of LA and the city council, like, oh my gosh, council members suddenly like, I'm on the MTA board, to Director DuPont Walker. I love that Director DuPont Walker is on this board and that we have, no offense to all us politicians, but real people on this board too, or a real person. Like that is really, really important. That somebody who I'm going to offend all the supervisors, and I rest my case offending everybody. We no longer get along. But it is so important to have the voice of somebody who is not an elected official too, and that guts that. I also think finally it keeps, right now in the city of LA, we actually have a pretty unified group. We don't, It's not top down. You always have to vote this way. We sometimes split from each other. I encourage people to think for themselves, even if I'm the appointing authority. But when it becomes just folks who are coming up and being on there, that starts to split even what we do for the city of LA by having folks that may or may not be in agreement. So this is wrong on many, many levels. And all jokes aside, the one that's most damaging to me that should just kill this before it starts is that we're the only board in the state receiving this. If this is about good governance, do something and have a conversation with every board. And to those state senators who might vote for it because they say, oh, things like a leadership vote are coming up and they want to get votes and curry favor and all of those sorts of things. Imagine that it's in your county right now. And we urge all of them to vote no before we have to go kill it in the assembly.
Thank you. Director Barger?
And my frustration on this, I think this is a half-baked plan. The fact that the 5th District gets 2 seats tells me just how little the author understands the makeup of MTA, the makeup of the county, and overall what we do. And I had an opportunity to speak with Senator Mendoza a couple weeks ago, and he did concede that he had not reached out to anybody to discuss this, and in fact did this without really understanding or talking and getting input. And even if he had, I still would be against it. I believe that this board does a fine job representing the entire county of Los Angeles, the city of LA, the cities. Ara and I both work together on the North Valley. Are there challenges? Absolutely. Is it perfect? We all have our moments, but overall, I would argue the representation as it stands right now is a regional approach to transportation. And Mayor Garcetti, to your credit, that is something that you have taken seriously. It's not just about the city of LA, it's about regional transportation and representing the entire county of Los Angeles. And again, maybe not perfect, but I stand tall and am proud of the work that I'm doing working with my colleagues, and today with the 710 freeway or the tunnel. You saw that. This was about working together, coming to a consensus that is going to meet the needs of the residents. And so my frustration is that I think maybe I didn't take it as seriously as I should have as it relates to the MTA, because obviously the same author was looking to expand the Board of Supervisors. So I was focused on that issue. But I believe that this is, again, half-baked with a lack of understanding or knowledge about exactly what is taking place. So I'm going to weigh in. And I'm a little concerned with the vote that was taken, Chairman Fasano, last night, because one of my cities voted in favor of it. And this is a city that arguably is very well represented and actually is a squeaky wheel that does get oil. So I'm a little concerned if this is just a pile-on or if there is a lack of understanding or knowledge. And, to the representatives up in Sacramento, there are many challenges facing us, and I said this at the board meeting with my colleagues. There are many challenges facing us on a state level, and to be bringing in legislation like this while we've got things like in-home supportive services, which is facing a severe cut, I think we should be redirecting our efforts to what is going on for the state, and that's going to truly benefit the residents of LA County. So with that.
Thank you. And agreed. Director Najarian.
Thank you. I'll just hit my points. Try not to sugarcoat them. I really question the motivation behind this bill. I don't think its focus is for good government. I've heard that it's a retaliation, it's a temper tantrum because the Measure M projects didn't flow to a particular region of the county or a sub-region, and that as a result, here comes the smack. Well, I'll show you, MTA board. I'm going to restructure everything and dilute your power. I also question the legality of disenfranchising members of the public who are paying taxes, submitting that money to the MTA, and having no one represent them. Wasn't there a war fought over that? I was going to say civil war. Sorry. It wasn't that. Would there not be members of this county who are paying taxes without any representation on the board?
Yes.
So So
We've raised that.
I think
We've
what we
raised that
need
issue.
to do is immediately get a legal opinion, maybe get the ACLU involved. I mean, people talk about justice, environmental justice, regional justice. This is as bad as it gets for all this sort of thing. So I really would suggest that we get some sort of legal opinion warning that such action, such a bill would be illegal, unconstitutional.
Director, we've started.
Moral.
We've been looking into that on two different levels. The first is, as you mentioned, with respect to the people who live in unincorporated areas, in particular, who would have zero representation on our board. Additionally, the point that Supervisor Solis brings up is you create a situation where you have some communities who will only have one representative on their board, their quarter representative, while other areas will have two representatives. They will have both the quarter representative and the supervisor. And we are looking at issues like transit dependency. Are there social justice issues that are caused by that? So we're looking into those issues.
And let me add, I see how he's playing this thing, and he's a savvy politician. It's a big push to get elected from the quadrant cities, the independent cities, to be on this board. Imagine dangling in front of all the other 83 cities that are left the opportunity to be on this board. Who would be against that? No one. It's a reshuffling of the deck. It's an opportunity to make serious policy decisions and work with great colleagues and supervisors and members of the LA city contingency. So it's totally unfair. This is evil. I mean, it's really a misguided attempt to reshuffle this board as retaliation for prior acts this board may have done and Measure M issues. We've got to really fight this hard because I'll tell you, what city wouldn't? Burbank. I hear that one of my corridor cities, Burbank, is supporting this issue. And that appalls me. I have busted my butt to represent Burbank. I hold quarterly meetings with them, and you've been there, Michael. Yep. And I have personal contact with them, and now they're saying, well, I guess what he's saying is Najarian's not representing him. Now, I've had complaints from Alhambra in the past. They're not my representative city, however. My own city to do that, I'm very upset. And the only reason Burbank would do that would be to have the idea in their head that they could have another seat at this board if we add 3 more independent city members. And I think that's improper.
Thank you, Director Najarian. Right. And I accurately report what occurred at the league meeting. Director Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to keep this brief because I think we're all in accord. But those of us who've previously served in the legislature have seen many pointless bills. We have seen many bills which are solutions in search of a problem. We have seen many bills that are introduced with bad intention. This is all of those things and worse. This is childish. This is the legislative equivalent of, wanting to grab the football and stomp off and go home because you didn't get to play quarterback. And I think, we should make every effort not only to oppose this bill, but to ensure that this bill is really buried. And so I look forward to working with our friends, certainly in the Assembly, who may not feel the same degree of concern about what the author wants to achieve, and will actually look at the policy underlying this and the intention underlying this, and will give it a swift and certain death.
Just a quick question. If this bill were approved by the Senate and then by the Assembly, when would it take effect?
January 1st of next year.
January 1st of next year. Okay. So I just want to underscore what some of the actual implications would be, other than those that have already been addressed. As Supervisor Kuehl has pointed out in some of her positions on another bill that the same senator is doing, we have a 5-member board of supervisors, 4 of which are women, and it would eliminate 3 of those positions. I also want to point out that in July of 2018, this board will make history because for the first time it will have a chair who is from the LGBT community. And this would also short-circuit that and prevent that from happening. The more I think about this bill, the more offensive it is. And I'll personally be making calls to members of the LGBT caucus to point out some of the problems with this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's very clear how this board feels about the bill. Are there any other questions on the item 24, the legislative positions?
Move approval to oppose.
Motion second to oppose and to adopt the other recommended positions.
With instruction, if we could directive to our county council to give us an opinion as to the disenfranchisement issue.
Absolutely. Additional discussion or objections? The item is approved. Let's next go to item 35, the East Side Phase 2 Technical Study Report. I did ask to pull this item. I don't need a report. I really do want to introduce a quick motion with Director Solis and Hahn. This was much shorter than the 710, I promise you. Do you have the motion passed out?
709. It's current right now. Item 20.
I'll come back. Okay, I'll read this in. Actually, we do have requests from the public to address this item as well, actually substantial input. So let's have a quick staff report. I'll read the motion into the record. The motion is the Measure M expenditure plan includes a groundbreaking date of fiscal year 2029 for one alignment and a groundbreaking date of 2053 for a second alignment. Upon completion of the revised environmental document, we therefore move that Metro also report back on options to comply with the above groundbreaking dates and potential opportunities for accelerating both alignments. That would be the motion. I presume there's a second, but let's have the report, then we'll have comment. Yes, please proceed.
We'll keep this brief. As you know, in April, we did present an extensive report, and the key finding coming out of the technical study was to have the project definition for environmental clearance include three alternatives: SR 60 North Side Design Variation Alternative, Washington Boulevard Alternative with Atlantic below grade option. That was the subject of much community outreach. And finally, and importantly, a combined alternative with both SR 60 and Washington Boulevard via the Atlantic segments. This does allow us to reinitiate the environmental process, which had been suspended until the technical analysis was done. We would then, again, step forward using the draft environmental document, amending and augmenting that to include an assessment of the three alternatives, which is very important for keeping our options open given the broader funding availability made by Measure M.
Okay, so does that complete the report?
In brief, yes, sir.
Any questions on the report? Yes, Director Bonin?
Just one point. I support the spirit of this motion. I think it's great. Just want to point out that there are lots of other projects that the rest of us all want accelerated. We all want all of our stuff to happen as soon as possible. And so I just want to underscore the importance then of staff beginning work on a Measure M acceleration strategy for the range of projects. We were lucky under Measure R to have the America Fast Forward. I don't know that we're going to have the same opportunity from the federal government, but we're all eager to see a way to accelerate all the projects on our plate and want to see staff come back with a strategy on that. Also, just want to be very clear with staff on this one that when we talk about accelerating this, we're not doing anything that would impact or delay anything else?
To again remind everyone that Measure M had very explicit provisions that acceleration could only happen as long as the amounts of funding and the dates in Measure M were not impacted as a result of that acceleration.
Right. Great.
And that would be the intent of the motion as well. You know, we just had this report. I need to ask at this point, there is an item of urgency, if we can move it forward, item 14. Do we have votes to do that or not, or is it? Pardon? People have left that would be essential to the process to non-conflict.
Do we have enough votes if those folks would be back here that are not conflicted? Or is the board inherently? Okay.
So Mayor Butts is not here, so we need to carry that. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. It looks like they both need to be carried over.
What are the hardest soft conflicts? So if you wanted to vote on 14, it's a soft conflict, you could. Now we have to wait.
14 is the Program Management Support Services. We pulled back to, we got some essential business to get these projects moving forward, so we're having a discussion about whether we can go back to items 14 and 20. We're setting aside 35 and we'll proceed back to public comment. Only if you have everybody here that is not affected. Can we vote on this?
The contract was expired.
We have an expiring contract on item 14, which will create a stoppage, which we cannot really go with. So,
You don't have a conflict, but I can take you so then you can.
we're talking about 14. That's what they're still trying to figure out.
In terms of the urgency, Mr. Chair, this is a contract that will be expiring.
Mr. Washington, you want to explain why the urgency for this item?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure why we have a $76 million contract proposal before us without the opportunity to put it over at least a month. We cannot wait until the very on any contract. We cannot wait until the last minute before contracts are going to expire and then have the board be expected to weigh in. I actually have a lot of questions about this issue. And here we are at 1 o'clock. We're about to lose quorum, and we're told that it's an expiring contract. That's not okay with me.
Understood, Mr. Washington.
Yes, the contract does expire next month. And
Next month?
Yes, June.
But before the board meeting?
I'm not sure of the exact date, but
That's a big deal.
yeah. Rick Clark, do you have the exact date?
My understanding is the current contract expires in late June. However, we wanted to get some overlap so we can transition new people into jobs that current consultants are doing.
You know, this has been a gymnastic event every month to try and figure out who can vote, who can't on some of these items. So I'm going to ask if there's some way that we can refine this process better. I know my staff has been highly perplexed by this. Director Krikorian's point is well taken. So what I would ask is if we need a special meeting, we'll need a special meeting, but at this point we're carrying it over.
Can we extend it month to month while we...
Is that an option to extend the existing contract or not? To ensure that it goes through the next month?
I believe on the date we can. My only concern would be would have to check on the funding for the contract. And as long as we can authorize via Phil to make sure we've got, Mr. Washington, the funds to cover it at least next month, and then we'll bring it back if we need additional funds.
We do have the funds.
Okay, we'll work to have this resolved by next month. Stay tuned, but this is going over. Okay, let's go back then to, and that'll be the same for item 20. I think the situation's even more grim there. So let's go to item 35. We had the staff report on the east side. We have requests for public comment we will start with Hank Trimble, followed by Jose Alvarado, followed by Kevin Koga, followed by Raul Rubalcaba. Followed by Martha Ophelia Jimenez. I'm thinking some of these people are not here. Okay. Go ahead. If you've been called, please come forward. You don't have to be in the same order.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Josue Alvarado, and I'm here representing our council, the Washington Boulevard Light Rail Transit Coalition, and the residents of 5 cities that make up the coalition to ask you to approve item 35 to allow the Gold Line EIR and the new amendment to proceed without bias. The Washington Gold Line option is supported by regional hospitals and shopping centers, educational institutions, local chambers, as well as multiple residents, as the 100-plus letters that were received by your subcommittee prove so. The Washington Boulevard option will create the most jobs, has 2 sites identified for the Metro Maintenance Yard, which is required for any of the 3 options to be viable, and will have the largest ridership if we have to decide between only one option. We've gone through a lot of back and forth, and just know we really appreciate the due diligence of this board, but we know that this EIR will provide the best information for you guys and the community to make the best decision, and which will align with our alignment. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Koga. I'm representing the more than 5,000 doctors, nurses, and staff at PIH Health. We're a 2-hospital, 18-clinic healthcare system serving 2.1 million people in Los Angeles County, southeastern Los Angeles County, and the San Gabriel Valley. As our nation works through the insurance issues that provide access to health care, those of us engaged in providing this care recognize that the ability to travel to health care services is a significant barrier for many. We encourage you to reinstate the environmental process for the Washington Boulevard alignment with the Atlantic Underground variation to the Gold Line extension. The Washington Boulevard alignment route will provide the more than 625,000 members of our community who visit PIH Health each year, specifically the low-income, senior, and transit-dependent, easy access to health care, and will provide our staff with a public transportation option. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to apologize again. We have 2 items that need a 2/3 vote, so let's set this aside. Let's go to items 40 and 41. We'll come back to the comment on this item. We've had a long, enduring agenda today. 40 and 41, let's move forward.
As assessor number 434305-004, more commonly known as 9397 Wilshire Boulevard in the city of Beverly Hills. The staff report addresses the following questions: whether the public interest and necessity require the project, whether the project is planned and located in a manner that would be the most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury, whether the property interest is necessary for the proposed project, and whether the offer was made to the owner of record. The staff report gives the board secretary for inclusion in this official records of the public hearing. The parcel included in this action is required for the construction of the Purple Line West Side Extension, Wilshire-Rodeo Station, and includes the requirement for the acquisition of a temporary construction easement for 92 months for construction staging and permanent surface facilities. For reasons discussed in the staff report and the EIR-EIF, staff recommends that the board find that the public interest and necessity require the project, that the project has been planned and located in the manner that will be most compatible with the public good and least private injury. The property interests sought to be acquired are necessary for the project. The acquisition offer has been made in compliance with Government Code Section 7267. An appraisal was obtained to determine the fair market value. A written offer was made to the property owner for the full amount of just compensation. An effort was made to negotiate an acceptable purchase price, but agreement was not reached. Because of the need to acquire the property interest for the Purple Line West Side Extension Section 2, staff recommends acquisition of the parcel through eminent domain.
Motion second. I did not have any requests for public input. Is there any additional discussion? Are there any objections? The item is approved. Item 41.
Okay. Item 41 is to seek to acquire assessor parcel number 4319-001-008, which is located at 1950 Century Park East. The same information as the prior report applies, and I'll give a copy to the Secretary. Although this property is needed for the Constellation Station and tunnel alignment and includes requirement for the acquisition of the temporary construction easement for 98 months for construction staging, including the use of the office building located on the surface and a permanent subsurface tunnel easement. I'll submit the written statement to the Secretary.
Okay, we have item 41 before us. I do not have requests to address the board. Is there a motion on item 41? Motion second to approve item 41. Any discussion or objections? The item is approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with further apologies to the good people here for item 35, I'll read some names again as we can continue with the input on that item for the east side. I am positive we are back on item 35 until the next crisis strikes. So Hank Trimble, followed by Raul Rubalcaba, followed by Martha Ophelia Jimenez, followed by Jeff Collier, I believe it is, followed by Frank Mondo. And there are some others. You may come forward, and if your name's been called, you can go straight to the mic if nobody else is there. Please proceed.
Again, my name is Raul Daniel Rubalcaba, and I'm have been a resident of East Los Angeles since 1959. I am a member of the Metro Eastside Phase 2 East LA Residents and Business Advisory Council. I would like to read our mission statement. Our goal is for our group to recommend an alternative after looking at each alternative's pros and cons. Also, the aspects of each alternative, such as how would this alternative work on the underground, street level, and aerial projects? What do the models say about ridership? What cities, stations do the alternatives connect East LA to? The goals we have are increased economy, lower impact to air quality, and increased metro commuter ridership. After we get to the full perspective of each alternative, then select the alternative that meets our community's goals and aspirations. We fully support the Washington Underground Atlantic alternative. We would need to have this alternative
Thank you.
first. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Jimenez.
Welcome.
I am here representing the East Side Phase 2 East LA Residents and Business Advisory Council and the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, a non-profit law firm. We are here to request from you to please do justice to the community of East LA, since you are the eyes, heart, and ears to the transportation needs of the city and the county of Los Angeles. When the goal line was done in East LA, the last time you guys did not appropriate funding to do the underground. And now we need for you to provide funding for the Washington Atlantic Alternative in doing the underground project without the EIR and CEQA regulations, and means to address mitigating the potential health and environmental human impacts. Also, we would like for you to
Thank
not
you.
touch the Legal Aid Foundation corner.
Thank you. Your
because that
time is concluded.
A law firm.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Jeff Collier. I'm City Manager of the City of Whittier. And we thank you for your staff especially. They've been doing a yeoman's effort, putting in a yeoman's effort here to complete the revision of this alignment and come up with a very workable solution with the alignment down Atlantic. We're very excited about this project. Obviously, this connects major destinations centers within the east side of LA County, healthcare, education, shopping, employment. It serves many that are transit dependent, and we have many economically disadvantaged residents in this region that need this connection for them. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to look at several options for maintenance facilities along this alignment as well. Again, we support the proposal that is before you tonight, the staff recommendation, as well as your additional motion, and we appreciate your support on this.
Thank you. Next speaker. I think I called Hank Trimble and Frank Mondo. I have not seen either of them, so let's call more names. Ron Mukai, Eddie Torres, Councilman Joe Gonzalez. Councilman Gonzalez, come forward.
Good afternoon, Board. It's Joseph Gonzalez, City of South El Monte, and also the SR60 Coalition Chairman. I've been coming to Metro Board for the last 10 years advocating for the SR60 Coalition efforts to extend the East Side Gold Line into Montebello, Monterey Park, Rosemead, and South El Monte. We are also joined with the City of El Monte and the City of Industry in our coalition. Our line has not had little change in the last 10 years, and all major issues that we had with governmental agencies can be mitigated. Our communities have supported Measure R, Measure J, and Measure M, and we did not at any time advocate to go against it. Our communities are transit dependent, are in support of building this transportation project sooner rather than later, so we agree with that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I called Ron Mukai, Eddie Torres, Clara Solis, John Bainon, David Lara, and Matthew Rodriguez, and there are a few more. Please proceed.
My name is Eddie Torres, President of the East Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce, also resident of East LA. We support the Washington Alternative Underground. We ask that Metro starts this and completes this before doing anything else that would affect East LA. We feel that the alternative accomplishes Metro's goals and is the only one that benefits East Los Angeles and will create transit-oriented development. It saves our streets and connects us to the southeast cities for the first time. Also connects us to potential jobs that the Citadel expansion will create. We ask that you consider this and move forward. Don't let the light rail happen to us again above ground. Don't sacrifice our community. We've already sacrificed enough. Please don't railroad East LA again. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Chairman, I'm John Bainon, speaking for the Whittier Area Environment Coalition. We are a group of people and organizations which are concerned with protecting green areas and seeing what we can do to lower our carbon footprint. We're strongly supporting mass transit, obviously, and this idea of putting it through Washington Boulevard is very appealing. It seems that it will attract most riders and therefore have the biggest impact on carbon footprint. The idea of an environmental impact study, however, is to look at not just impact on people, but also on the flora and the fauna. I have read the environmental impact report for the 60 route, and it says basically that it doesn't talk about the disturbance for Earth preparing it, and it also implies that there will be no impact once it's built. Invisible and silent.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Matthew Rodriguez, and I'm the Interim City Administrator for the City of Commerce. I'm coming here today to ask for support for the alignment towards Washington Boulevard. And I'm also coming with some opportunities I think are really special for the Metro community, and that's that I'm in discussions with the Sheriff's Department and a joint venture and a public-private partnership with both the casino in Commerce and with the Citadel to build a sheriff's substation at the corner of Washington and Telegraph, which could be used as a facility to help house the law enforcement officials that are protecting both the Gold Line and Central City buses. Also, we have an opportunity in speaking with council to perhaps build a maintenance yard up in the city of Commerce, just north of the Citadel, which I think would also be a great benefit to the Washington alignment. I'm here in partnership with several other cities of the Southeast, and we're asking you to take a serious look at the alignment towards Washington. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board. My name is David Lara. I'm a citizen of the City of Whittier, and I am Planning Commissioner for the City of Whittier. Thank you very much. I stand in support of the Atlantic Underground variation of the Washington Boulevard alignment, which addresses the community's concern with other routes and aligns with the interests of the communities it traverses. The expansion of public transit is essential to the advancement of the communities in this region of Los Angeles County, and for many years have been grossly underserved with the lack of our fair share of transportation spending. Your support to this project will provide significant regional transportational connections, create jobs, and enhance the quality of life for our residents. The constituents in this part of this region deserve the opportunity for reduced traffic congestion and enhanced access to jobs, schools, healthcare, shopping, and entertainment in a sustainable manner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other speakers who I called, let me call a few more if they're not here. Carol Crosby, Charles Bennett, and Dante Carrasco. Please come forward.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity for allowing me to speak to this matter. My name is Dante Carrasco. I work at the Via Care Community Health Center, located in the heart of East LA. Our familiarity with the locale and the community has allowed us to come to the conclusion that we support the underground Washington alternative on Atlantic Boulevard. This will allow our streets to be maintained and allows economic development around the area. We request that you start this alternative first. And we are also against the 60 Pomona alternative as it will increase traffic and hurt the surrounding businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Carol Crosby. I am with the Whittier Area Chamber of Commerce, and I appreciate this opportunity to comment and advocate on behalf of my 620 members. The Whittier Chamber supports the Atlantic Underground variation of the Washington Boulevard alignment as the best way to reach residents in East Los Angeles, Commerce, Montebello, Pico Rivera, Santa Fe Springs, and Whittier. This line would tie communities together and help our underserved region, making strong transportation connections, creating jobs, and improving lives. Our businesses deserve the opportunity for reduced traffic congestion and better access to work, shops, medical care, schools, and entertainment. The Washington Boulevard route would transport students to jobs in higher education, assist to redevelop the community surrounding 9 light rail stations, connect communities along the line, improve traffic congestion, and reduce air pollution, have more riders, and provide more better access. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
I'm Charles Bennett. I'm the founder and executive director of Better Whittier Transit Now. We are a group that seeks to advocate for relief for transit-starved Whittierites. I'd like to speak in favor of the Washington Boulevard Gold Line alternative. Among projects in this part of the county, it has the highest projected riderships and creates the most jobs in construction. In particular, due to a high concentration of population along the route, it is the most preferable for connecting transit-dependent users to the greater transit network while not duplicating existing Silver Line or Rapid 770 service. The members of my organization and I urge adoption and construction of the Washington Boulevard Gold Line at the earliest possible opportunity. While we wait for the Gold Line to come to our city, we also urge the Metro Board to give consideration to improved Whittier service in its re-examination of the Metro bus system. Thank you.
Thank you. And this concludes input on this item. I thank you all for waiting through this. Director Hahn.
Thank you. Sure, we're still on 35?
Yes.
I know.
Again.
Whiplash around here. Thank you, and thanks everybody who really has stayed here all day waiting to speak on this item, and appreciate and certainly thank you, Chairman Fasana and Director Solis, for this measure, this motion that we're putting forward this afternoon that will look to study. We're going to be studying both options, but I think the most important thing is we're looking back for potential opportunities to accelerate both alignments. I think that's what everybody wants to hear. The fact that we're talking about groundbreaking dates in 2053 is really hard for people to really accept. And of course, I'm going to be advocating for the Washington Boulevard alignment, and we heard from our former colleague Lucille Roybal-Allard sent a letter also in support of that alignment, and I really will work with you to make sure that we study both options, but for both of them, they need acceleration dates that can really give some hope to the residents that are going to depend on these, that we're going to move these projects forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Solis.
Supervisor Hahn for agreeing to allow for these two projects to move forward. This has been a lot of work, and I really want to thank Metro staff and your staff, Chairman Fasana, also working with our staff to come up with, I think, a better plan, and I don't want to say compromise, but adjustments. I think that really will go to where we need to be in terms of looking out in the future. I represent both critical areas. I don't represent the city of Whittier, but much of where you will go through underground, through Atlantic, which I think that proposal makes a lot of sense. And we've heard the business community very loud and clear in East Los Angeles, so we are trying to accommodate as best we can. And I do realize that there's an urgency. So I thank the staff of Metro and those people that came out that have been working on this for a number of years. Hold tight, because we're not done, and hopefully we'll come up with a good project here. And we need your support. We need you to stay engaged. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, and I do hope we can move both projects up, although I'm going to tell some of you along Whittier it's been a bad day around here for tunnels, so just we'll leave that out there. Hopefully we can get the 60 alignment moving forward, but moving both of these projects as well. So is there a motion to approve the items as amended? Second? A motion second to approve with the amendment. Additional discussion or objections? The item's approved. Okay, we got two other items before we do the reports of the chair and the CEO for those remaining of the Magnificent Seven. Item 26, parking management pilot program. Is there a motion on this? Motion second to approve the pilot parking project. I think that includes Monrovia and another site.
We're good to go.
Additional discussion or objections? So ordered. Item 31, Blue Line, state of good repair. I think we do want a quick report on this one. 31.
Only got 2 minutes.
We may.
I have 7.
We may have 6. Catherine's conflict. Okay. Okay, so we have sufficient members for a very quick report on this. We're going to lose our quorum. Blue Line, state of good repair.
Quick report, we will skip the presentation. If you have any questions, we can pull it up. This is a $81 million contract award to Mass Electric to do a major state of good repair job on the Blue Line. installing 4 new interlockings, redoing the overhead wire in downtown LA and downtown Long Beach, putting new signals in the yard, and also a new pocket track. Sam Mayman, our chief engineer, and I will be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, once again, we're determining whether we have sufficient unconflicted members. Do we have 7 without Catherine or 6? I think I'm counting 6. Okay, we do have 7. How many have conflicts? Okay. We may have insufficient votes to proceed. Well, I think we've heard about the state of good repair, and we will need to bring this to the next meeting. We appreciate the quick report. I think at this time, the items remaining are the report of the chair and then the CEO's report in the closed session. So, report of the chair. In the interest of time, I will dispense with my report, the report of the CEO. He will waive his report as well. Let's proceed with public comment. Tom Williams, followed by Antonio Lopez, followed by Pete Sluice. Please proceed.
Is there anyone left? Dr. Tom Williams, LA 32 Neighborhood Council, also Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community. The SR 710 may be gone, but we still have the I-710. So we're still going to be looking at it. And the fundamental is what the ports are doing right now. That is, get it on rail. And one of the issues there is, will the rail system be able to support your Measure M high desert corridor? And it will be also on the list of the next ones after the SR 710, I-710, which needs serious development. That is, it needs a better Alameda corridor rail system to get those containers out of the port like they're doing in Mexico.
Thank you. Antonio Lopez, please proceed.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon,
Queridos supervisores de
dear
esta mesa
supervisors
directiva.
from this board.
Soy Antonio López.
I'm Antonio Lopez,
y creo yo
and I believe
una economía no es quitarles
an
el pan de
economy
cada día de
is
las
not taking
estampillas a cada
the
persona
bread
que
of
está
every day and the
necesitada.
stamps to the
Ni
people who
sueldos
need it,
tampoco
to those who have so
a
little,
gente que están sirviendo al gobierno
or to people
tampoco.
who are serving the government either.
Una supervisión
A
y
supervision
abrir empleos,
and opening
ejercer
employments,
corporaciones,
exercising
instituciones,
corporations, institutions,
tales, o sea que para que sea un poco el interés bajo para
so that
abajo, para que
the
haya
interest is low,
inversiones,
so that
para
there's
que haya
investments,
burbujas para,
so that there's
para
bubbles
hacia adelante.
going forward.
Al mismo tiempo,
At the same
voy a
time,
hablar de
I'm
otra
going to
cosa.
speak about something
Voy
else.
a ver si esto hace
I'm going to
una
see if this
burbuja
is,
hacia adelante.
makes a
Voy a
bubble
hablar de
going
los ricos,
forward.
a ver
I'm going to
cuánto
see
nos
about the
pueden dar.
riches, to
Voy a
rich
hablar
people,
de
to see how much they
del
can give us.
fallecimiento de
I'm
la
going to
fortuna
speak
del
about
Rockefeller.
the
David Rockefeller
death
ha
of
muerto.
David Rockefeller's fortune.
Eran
He
100
has
millones,
died.
parece ser que iba,
It was
le iba a dar a la cadena
100
metropolitana.
million. It seemed like he was going to give it to the metropolitan chain. It was also 150 million for Harvard University. So let's see if this makes us have something much better to make nice streets in East Los Angeles, so that there's motors that go forward to make a city that is modernized and pretty as Los Angeles, so that each one of us has a flowering soul and pretty, and everybody is worried about their own community. I hope to see those beautiful streets, sincerely, reestablished families.
Gracias, que nos donen dinero los ricos. Thank you.
Yeah, just a public comment I'd like to put in the record on the Lone Hill to White double track record.
We'll receive that.
Thank you very much, Ken.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Thank you. There. Okay, next speaker would be...
I'm Daryl Gale.
Thank you, Daryl. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I am a bus rider. I ride the bus 7 days a week, morning, noon, and night. And I don't think we need any more methane in our air basin. It doesn't matter if the methane is from unnatural, unclean gas that you dig out of the earth, or if it's from indigestion from cows. We have never been in compliance with federal air standards. Normally, California is a leader in environmental things. Electric buses equal local sustainable infrastructure and clean jobs. Why are we considering anything other than an all-electric bus fleet? We're working towards 100% renewable and a sustainable city. Thank you.
Thank you. John Walsh, followed by Walter Bechtel.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, tweeting at Hollywood Dems. 4.5 hours. This is one of the most long-winded meetings I've ever been to. And I'm telling you right now, LA City Hall is a fire trap. You had a major fire here. Do you know about the major fire we had here? Go check it. It was in the newspaper. The fire that happened 2 weeks ago tomorrow was kept out of the media. But if you watch the city's own channel, you'll see all of a sudden the fire alarm goes off and everyone is paralyzed in fear. And then there's a notice. Run for your life. I'm telling you right now, the most important thing they were interested in was keeping it out of the Olympics. And you have absolutely no plan. And I want you to go in and check the last Olympics. This was the only agency to lose money. The only agency.
Thank you.
Put it in there.
And just for the record, we're a smoke-free workplace. Walter Bechtel.
But not flame-free.
Good afternoon. I came in here about 4 months ago about a problem with air conditioning on the buses and the trains. You directed one of your personnel to do something about that. Some of it has been done, but we still, at nighttime especially, it's like you're in an ice box there. The temperatures are in the 50s, and I was told on the side that these things are automatically controlled on the train. And I think whoever's setting the temperature needs to understand that it's a federal regulation between 68 and 72 degrees, and that was arrived at by some experiments that were done, and it's something that's comfortable for all people. Will you please change that, and please tell your subordinates to do what you already told them to do. I was here 4 months ago, and nothing has been done yet.
Appreciate your comment. I will ask our staff maybe to send us a board box on climate control issues with our fleet. We now move to the closed session items. I'll ask Mr. Safer to read us into closed session.
The MTA board will adjourn to closed session to consider the items on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. Let's move forward.
Thompson versus MTA, the board approved a settlement in the sum of $250,000. The board took no further reportable action. That concludes my presentation.
And with no further business, we are adjourned in memory of David Spence.
Okay, thank you.
I'll wait till they leave. All right, tell me when. Go ahead. The MTA board met in closed session and took the following reportable action. On item 42A1, Dean versus MTA, the board approved a settlement in the sum of $900,000. Item 42A2, Thompson versus MTA, the board approved a settlement in the sum of $250,000. The board took no further reportable action. That concludes my report.